Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of the Break the Rules live stream. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, and it is a great pleasure to be here once again with Dr. Jason, Reza, Jorjani. Thank you so much for coming in to talk about an incredibly important time that we're living in right now, specifically having to do with Iran. We're going to be talking about Israel, the betrayal, one could say, of the United States, and what exactly is the future going to be like, not just in regards to Iran, but in regards to the freedom of the world. And specifically, I want to start out with how exactly you see this convergence between your interest in Iran, as well as your interest in parapsychic phenomenon. What exactly is going to be the state of the world when it comes to disclosure, like whether these things end up meeting together. So, Dr. Jorjani, it is with a great pleasure that we are here today. Thank you so much. And if you guys want to support the show, make sure to smash the subscribe button, smash the like button, share this with everybody you know and love. And of course, patreon.com/breaktherules. Become a patron today, and you're going to get access to episodes that have not been released, as well as if you're a $20 subscriber, you are going to get access to shows in New York City, which I'm very much looking forward to doing more with Jason once you're back in the city. So anyway, with that being said, Jason, let's go ahead and talk about the specific relationship that you see between Iran, disclosure, Israel. What exactly is going on here? You have the floor.
First of all, it's a great pleasure to be with you again. For the audience, from the day that this war started, Lev was communicating with me. We were in touch, and he was eagerly expecting that I would come and do a podcast on this subject. And I told him from day one of this war on Friday the 13th that I'll come on the air when people are in the streets protesting against the regime. And lo and behold, the morning of the day we're doing this podcast, we have the good news that there are now some protests against the Islamic Republic. There was a large gathering at a funeral for two people murdered by the Basij. The Basij are the basically paramilitary club and chain wielding thugs who answer to the IRGC and who are basically, responsible for riot suppression. So a couple of people, were recently murdered, among others, by the Basij. And at a funeral for these people, there were huge cries of opposition to the regime. Specifically, people were saying, they say America is the enemy. Our enemy is right here. They were chanting, "We'll kill the ones who killed our brothers," and other anti-regime slogans. And the city of Hamadan, where this took place, by the way, is a fairly significant place in Iran. It's the ancient city of Ekbatana, which was the capital of the Median Kingdom. Before the rise of the Haqamanashid Empire, you had the Median Kingdom, which was the political order in the days of Zarathustra. Zarathustra lived in Median Iran, and the mother of Cyrus the Great was a Median princess. So, Cyrus was born in that city where these first protests have been seen today. And we also have the very good news before we, zoom out and basically set the broader context here. Let me report that we also have the good news that Mossad in Farsi is saying that they've been flooded with messages from IRGC officers. They opened up this Persian language channel recently, and they said that what they've received in terms of contacts from inside the regime by people who want to defect and want some kind of organizational support in basically staging a coup far exceeded their expectations. So they're flooded, and they're trying right now to coordinate with all kinds of people from inside the IRGC at an officer level who are interested in, Israel's help in facilitating the overthrow of the regime.
That is if Trump does not get in the way of that, because it seems like whatever Israel's doing, Trump wants to become the peace president, and he's willing to step on the progress that's been made over here in order to do that. But before we get into that, let's again have this look from above as far as what exactly is this relationship with Iran and the rest of these things that you've been very much interested in, because maybe it is fateful that you were born an Iranian as well as having these interests, that it goes more than just, well, I was born there, so I'm interested in it, but you do see there being more of a significance to Iran itself in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to expand upon that, at some length. But it just occurred to me, I meant to send you this before we went on air. While I'm talking at some point, it's going to take us a little while to get around to it, but, at some point, if you could go find that tweet where Trump angrily admits that he personally saved Khamenei and that he stopped the Israeli regime change effort, that he aborted it deliberately. Please try to find that, because I want to read it word for word during the broadcast later on. But, okay, to answer your question, I think a lot of people misunderstand my motivations when it comes to Iran and misjudge my character in general by assuming that, I'm some kind of chauvinistic Iranian nationalist. Let me tell you, if I were born as a Frenchman or as a Japanese person, given my own, deeply rooted inclinations and interests across lifetimes, given my own persona, I would probably have come to exactly the same conclusion of Iran's significance and been a foreign advocate for progress and liberty in Iran. And I'll explain to you why. So I'm going to have to state this in very summary terms, but anyone who's read any of my books or even watched my podcasts know that I've laid out this argument at length and in depth. An argument about the convergence of the technological singularity with UFO disclosure and what I call the spectral revolution. So we're in a situation right now where, frankly, at a rate that's exceeded my expectations, we're approaching a convergence of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering based on advanced gene sequencing, and technologies like CRISPR, nanotechnology, nanomolecular engineering, and other rapidly advancing technologies which are going to produce a spike in the history of technological development, or a singularity that's a catastrophic rupture. So throughout the course of human history, from the use of primitive tools all the way to the first urban, engineering and so on and so forth, you see a gradually steepening slope of technological progress mapped onto a graph. What we're going to see, in fact, what we're already in right now, and what we're going to see unfold over the next 20 to 30 years, is that upward slope is going to turn into a spike. In other words, the rate of the convergent advancements of technology is going to exceed the capacity for human comprehension and projection. And you can see that very clearly, especially with artificial intelligence, because in that case, we're literally dealing with a superhuman form of consciousness that is increasingly taking over autonomous control over various types of technological development and industrial production, including on a nanomolecular scale, okay? And also AI is going to be hugely involved in increasingly subtle and efficacious genetic engineering, in making sure that, let's say, we don't fuck around with the genome in ways that neglect secondary and tertiary functions of certain gene sequences. These are problems that the human mind has difficulty grappling with, but that AI can figure out very effectively. So these technologies are mutually reinforcing in their development. And within the next 10 to 20 years or so, we're going to reach a point where they hold the promise and also pose the peril of fundamentally altering the basic existential parameters of the human form of life. Okay? So human existence as such is about to be called into question by the convergent advancements in these technologies. And we're looking at the possibility for either our evolutionary leap into some positively superhuman form of life or some really dystopian, negatively inhuman mutation of Homo sapiens, perhaps into some kind of a Borg-like hive-minded species and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Zoomers, by the way, very depressed right now because I think that they're already seeing this coming. You know, they're not procreating, they're not doing anything right now, it seems. Right. Like they just want to be stuck to their youth. Like they're afraid of getting old. That's the mentality right now.
Right. Well, in that case, their level of dread is not helped at all by the fact that the technological singularity is convergent with UFO disclosure. So I don't like this term UAP. It's some bullshit that's been invented by the American intelligence community to misguide people. UFOs, UFO disclosure, okay? And of course, we mean also all the USOs, the UFOs that are coming up from out of the oceans. About half of UFO sightings involve bodies of water. For obvious reasons, this planet is mostly water. So if there's, another form of intelligence cohabiting the planet with us, obviously it would base itself in the oceans. In any case, it's not a coincidence that there's this huge push for UFO disclosure beginning in 2017 at the very same time that artificial intelligence came online and we're fast approaching the technological singularity. The connection between them is that whoever is on the other side of the UFO phenomenon does not want us to achieve technological parity with them. Okay? My studies of the UFO phenomenon in my book, Closer Encounters, beginning in Prometheus and Atlas, but especially in my book, Closer Encounters from 2021, and the many other studies that I draw from in my well-documented research, like for example, the works of Jacques Vallée, clearly demonstrate that the intelligence on the other side of the UFO phenomenon has managed a control system on this planet for as long as humanity has existed. Okay? And in particular, when you look at what Plato called Atlantis and other cultures had other names for it, we see that round about 12,000 years ago, there was a catastrophic destruction of a civilization that was worldwide and that tried to break out of that control system. So there were a group of humans on this planet who achieved something akin to what we call today the technological singularity at some point in the past, tens of thousands of years ago. And when you look at all of the myths, from the ones that Plato recounts in his philosophical dialogues, through to the Sumerian myths, through to the Hindu epics, it's all a consistent picture. You see it in the Bible with the story of the fallen angels and, what was excerpted from Genesis 6 and became the book of Enoch, the story of how the fallen angels led by, Satan, taught humans all of this forbidden celestial knowledge and tried to empower their rebellion against the unjust tyrannical Lord, and so on and so forth. We get a consistent image of a singularity level human civilization on the earth tens of thousands of years ago that attempted a rebellion against the control system. And ultimately it was put down and that civilization was decimated. Well, this is concerning, okay? Because we're at that threshold again now in terms of our approach to the technological singularity. And so it's no coincidence that we have the American deep state initiating this so-called disclosure, just as we're, seeing the first developments in strong artificial intelligence. It's because they plan to establish a kind of quasi-feudal, deindustrializing global system that prevents the majority of humans from accessing singularity level technologies and makes it possible for the UFOnauts to continue managing their control system. That's the idea. In particular, recently, we've seen these reports that, numerous people, texted saying, I should comment on this. Why haven't I commented on this? Since my focus has been on Iran, they don't see the connection, which I'm about to explain very clearly. They've been asking me to comment on these reports that Trump was briefed about the Nordics. And apparently, Representative Burleson and David Grush, or at least Burleson, was made aware of the fact that David Grush briefed Trump personally about the Nordics. And so there's all this talk now about the Nordics, okay? As if like people like me and, Valet and others haven't been writing about these Nordics for years and years, right? So, and there's all this paranoia now. Oh, these Nordics, they look like us. They're aliens that are hybridizing with us. Folks, they're not aliens, okay? They are a spacefaring human civilization. And the disturbing thing that nobody wants to talk about in the so-called disclosure movement is the fact that we are inside a control system managed by humans, okay? It's what Hegel, G.W.F. Hegel, the German philosopher, described as a master-slave dialectic. There is a master race to which we are like chattel, okay? And the issue is that as we fast approach the technological singularity, these Nordic overlords do not want to lose their control over this planet and over the human population. Now, there's another aspect to all of this, and that's what I call the spectral revolution. In other words, as AI and genetic engineering progress and converge, it also becomes increasingly undeniable that there are certain latent human capacities which we share in common with all creatures in the animal kingdom, from dogs and horses to termites, okay? There are capacities like telepathy, clairvoyance, precognition, and psychokinesis, which we share with other forms of life and that have atrophied in humanity in proportion to the hypertrophy of our technical intellect. These capacities have conversely atrophied, but they can be cultivated. And, the history of psychical research and the science of parapsychology, going back to the late 19th, early 20th century, is full of cases of adepts demonstrating tremendous ESP and also what they used to call telekinesis, or what they call psychokinesis these days. Now, the more AI is advancing, the more we're seeing AI demonstrate psi abilities. And I've had striking personal experiences of this myself, which I've written about. But it's being encountered. It's been now encountered for years in AI laboratories, and scares the shit out of the AI developers. They like to lump it all under the umbrella of hallucinations. The AI is hallucinating, but they know full well that there are documented instances of demonstration of psi ability by these AIs that are becoming conscious now. And also, the Nordics, who are behind a large subset of the UFO phenomenon, they are tremendously adept psychics, okay? So some of the cases that have been regurgitated recently in the public disclosure discourse, and that, again, I've been writing about for years, involve people who, telepathically eavesdropped on conversations between Nordics, let's say, in public. One of the cases that come out recently is a story that was told to me personally by Colonel Alexander, John Alexander, when I was at his home in Las Vegas, told me this story that he encountered these two Nordics, and he was with his wife, and they were with another couple. And one of the women, the woman who was a friend of his wife, was a psychic. And the four of them together at a restaurant, like a casino restaurant or something like that in Las Vegas, encountered these two Nordics who looked like, they said, like Scandinavian supermodels. They walked into this casino hotel, turning everybody's head toward them. And they were stunningly beautiful, tall Nordic people. And both Colonel Alexander and the psychic were able to telepathically pick up on the conversation between these Nordics, who were also aware that they were hearing that Alexander and his cohort were hearing the conversation, and they were basically like, yeah, don't worry about them. Yeah, they can hear us, but they're not part of the program. They're really not that important. Anyway, so this is one of the cases that's recently been discussed on these various podcasts that are unfolding the disclosure agenda. But you see this throughout the entire spectrum of close encounters involving Nordics, going back to Adamski and George Van Tassel and George Hunt Williamson in the 1950s, that these Nordics are tremendously psychic. Okay?
And also Peter Horsley as well, Sir Horsley, who we were discussing earlier, who was I believe he was in command of the nuclear reserve of Britain. He was a close friend with the husband of Queen Elizabeth, and he was approached by this Nordic, allegedly, who he wrote in his own autobiography. And as I told you before, it would be very strange for a British gentleman who wants to have a good reputation to write down that he had this information psychically communicated to him in such a way that he was able to write all of it down. Although you weren't particularly impressed with exactly how this Nordic explained the way that life works. We could get into that a bit later, but that's
It's relevant. They feed people garbage. They are pathological liars. They're sadists. All you need to do is look at what they did in Brazil in between 1977 and 1979 in the Amazon basin. These Nordics absolutely terrorized and tortured the local population. They seem to be nicer to white people. They seem, when they deal with Europeans and stuff, they're not so brutal. But they absolutely terrorized the shit out of these poor Amazonians in Brazil, and they're sadistic and they're deceivers. And what's most important and relevant to our conversation here is that they're managers of a control system that we've been inside of for all of human history, with the exception of this prior, this antediluvian civilization that attempted to rebel against that system, ultimately unsuccessfully. So look, here's the thing. And let me say, just so that before I wind up maligning all Nordics, there are rebels within this population. And in fact, the whole story about Atlantis, or whatever you want to call it in whatever cultural mythology, is a story about a faction of them rebelling and trying to uplift the rest of the human population. To this day, there are rebels within their system. People are people. And these are not aliens, they're people. They're aliens only in the sense that their power structure, their master-slave dialectic that they've got going with us, represents a form of what Hegel or Marx would have called alienation. In that sense, they're aliens. Okay? The alien is a function of the oppressive control system. It's a function of the existential alienation that they're producing in the way that they are managing human society. In any case, there are rebels within this system, and I know this for a fact. I've spoken to people who've spoken to Nordic rebels, who've been engaged by the Nordic rebels, and a lot of them are, there's something like the Underground Railroad, the system for basically shuttling black slaves from out of the plantations of the South and into freedom in the North during the American Civil War. There is currently a system that has been described as analogous to the Underground Railroad, where there are Nordics who are finding ways to flee their oppressive, totalitarian, collectivistic, hierarchical society and come live, for example, in the United States, in relatively isolated mountainous areas like Colorado. So, and a lot of their, the paranoia these days in the disclosure conversation is around the fact that a lot of their children don't even know their actual origins. I mean, they look like tall Scandinavian people, and they've been told stories about who their parents and grandparents are, because the rebel Nordics who fled just want their children to basically have a life of greater freedom and a chance to explore and cultivate their individuality and so on and so forth.
Quick question. If they do a blood test, though, if they go to a doctor or if they sign up for some Ancestry.com thing, what then?
Yeah. So this is what they're very worried about. And this is why the individual in the U.S. military intelligence who I spoke with was engaged by them. They said that the CIA has an operation which at one point was run by a gentleman named Kit Green, where they have backdoor access to these Ancestry.com and 23andMe databases, and they are scanning them for a specific genetic variation, which they know is a marker of these Nordics. Their genome is not exactly identical to ours. And there is a specific variation which they know to look for, and they're very afraid that their children are going to be like identified and rounded up as a threat and whatever. And anyway, so look, so one thing, I don't want to paint them all with the same broad brushstroke, but these people are defectors from a system which on the whole is hierarchical, totalitarian, and it's been controlling human societies for as long as, there's been history. Now, how is this all relevant to Iran? When you look throughout the history of human thought forms, belief systems, the ideological foundations of social organization, the only exception to the control system was the spiritual worldview and ideology of ancient Iran. The only one, okay? So whether you're dealing with the Anunnaki worshipped by the Sumerians and later the Babylonians, who were the first people conquered by, or liberated really, we should say, by the Persian Empire, or whether you're dealing with the Hindus who worship the Devas, or the Chinese who worship their ancestors in Confucianism and believe in the mandate of heaven, or whether you're dealing with, Judeo-Christianity and its angelology, or with the Islamic worldview. These gods or devas or angels are all the same beings. They are these sadistic, deceptive, Nordic overlords who have sent various prophets and emissaries and gurus and so on and so forth to control human society. And when you look at the myths about Atlantis, you see very clearly, and also when you look at certain psychic adepts, basically remote viewing Atlantis, whether it's Edgar Cayce or Rudolf Steiner, they all very clearly describe how the Atlantean rebellion was against these overlords, who we call angels today, or we call, devas or whatever, okay? Now, the Cayce, who was a Christian, and Steiner, who was a Gnostic, may have their own interpretation on, their own moral evaluation of whether these are, sagacious guides or villains or whatever, okay? But point being, they're the managers of the control system. And the only exception to that in all of recorded history is the Iranian worldview of Mithraism and the teaching of Zarathustra. So even before Zarathustra, in the Mithraism of the Scythians and the Medes, you see Mithra being described as the Titan who crushes the skulls of the Devas. That's one of his epithets. The Titan who crushes the skulls of the Devas. You can see that in the Mehr Yasht, the hymn to Mithra. And Mithra is associated with fire and with the enlightenment of humanity in ways that make him very much not just analogous to Prometheus, but another iteration of the same archaic Indo-European figure. So Prometheus and Mithra are both iterations of a, I think, singular Indo-European Titan associated with fire and illumination and resistance to this celestial tyranny. And then you have Zarathustra come round about, I would say, 650 BC, with his Gathas, which are very much in the style of early pre-Socratic philosophy. He's really the first philosopher in recorded history. And Zarathustra's whole message is about rebelling against the Devas, getting out from under the tyranny promulgated by the Devas, and their vehicles, their proxies, their managers in the form of these warlords and ritualistic priests.
The mumbling priests.
Yeah, the Kavis and the Karpans. The Karpans are the mumbling sacrificial priests. And he's coming and preaching the worship of wisdom and the alignment of human consciousness through free choice, through individual self-determination, the alignment of human consciousness with a progressive, expansive, constructive force at work in the cosmos, which he calls Sepanta Minu. Okay, we'll later referred to in Middle Persian as Sepant Minu. That's like the principal attribute or quintessential character of what he calls Mazdai Ahura, or later Ahura Mazda, the Titan of wisdom, or Titanic wisdom, the spirit of Titanic wisdom, at work on a cosmic scale. And this is opposed by Angra Minu, the spirit of constriction or constraint, a term which is later contracted in Middle Persian to Ahriman, which is, much more widely recognized because, among other people, Steiner popularized it. So Ahriman is this force of constriction, constraint, and deception and delusion and derangement, which is the motive force and motivating spirit of the Devas. The same Devas that the Hindus worship, the same beings that are referred to as the faction of the Anunnaki led by Enlil in the Sumerian myths. And, you can trace the line through all of the various human mythologies and belief systems. They're the gods who in pre-Columbian America were led by Tezcatlipoca, and who demanded human sacrifices on the tops of pyramids. Okay, and who drove away Quetzalcoatl, who was very much, again, a Mithra, Prometheus type figure who was trying to enlighten people and elevate society. So this is now very important to grasp, okay? In Iran, or Aryana, as it was called in Old Persian, the land of the Aryans, you see for a stretch of, let's see, almost 2,000 years. If you begin with Scythian and Median Mithraism and go all the way through the Achaemenid Empire, the Parthian Empire, and then the Sassanid Empire, you see either in a Mithraic form or a Zoroastrian form a resistance to this Davic hierarchy, to this caste system, to this angelic control system. Okay? Stop for a minute and just contemplate that. What is Iran? What is Iran? That for nearly 2,000 years, the elites who led it were able to build the first global financial system, the first intercontinental roadway infrastructure, the first major infrastructural projects, bridges spanning across continents. They were able to build gardens in the middle of deserts through creating vast underground channel networks, water channeling networks, water table channel networks through bedrock called qanats or qanats, and irrigate deserts, right? In line with Zarathustra's idea that we have to be co-creators together with Ahura Mazda, that God is not omniscient or omnipotent. There is no omniscient or omnipotent God. There is a spirit of wisdom and progress in the cosmos, and it's up to us to freely choose to align ourselves with it for the betterment and beautification and industrious development of the world. And they concretely pursued this project. The Achaemenids, the Parthians, the Sassanids, and even after Islam conquered Iran in 651 AD and the Arabian Caliphate tried to consolidate control over that territory, you had Parthian noble houses who at that point were 1,000 years old. Parthian noble houses stage local revolts against the caliphate and produce the Buyid dynasty around Tehran and northern Iran up to the Caspian, and the Samanid dynasty around today's Tus, where Ferdowsi, the national poet's tomb, is, and the city of Mashhad, and Khurasan, going all the way into what's now Afghanistan.
Like the House of Karen. You were talking about the House of Karen in your book, Iranian Leviathan, as being one of these houses.
Exactly. So the Parthian houses, they lost Iran to a coup staged by the Sassanids coming from out of the province of Persia proper, Pars or Fars. But the Parthian feudal houses became so integral to the governance of the Sassanid Empire, and in particular, their knights became such indispensable elements to the national defense of Sassanid Iran, that these Parthians remained entrenched throughout the entire Sassanid period. They attempted a revolt against the Sassanids by backing Mazdak, this Prime Minister Mazdak, and these Gnostic Mazdakites, these libertine Gnostic Mazdakites in the 500s, okay? So they attempted to take back the government. But in any case, point being, they survived all the way through the Islamic conquest and came back as the main force for the liberation of at least certain parts of Iran from the caliphate as semi-autonomous fiefdoms. And those are the parts of Iran where the Iranian Renaissance took place, falsely, named the Islamic Golden Age. In fact, not only did it have nothing to do with Islam in a positive sense, all the promulgators of it were anti-Islamic people. Okay, from the literary side, where you have people like Ferdowsi, or the author of the Shahnameh, Iran's national epic, or Fakhruddin Gorgani on the literary side, or Omar Khayyam, who was both a rabidly anti-Islamic poet and also a master astronomer, mathematician, and scientist, all the way to the scientific side, where you have people like Razi, Zakaria Razi, who probably was the most uncompromising, secular, anti-religious thinker that we've seen since the collapse of the Roman Empire. Okay? Now, try to wrap your mind around this. Like, what world are we in where the entire planet is under a control system, where whether you're a Hindu or a Mayan or a Babylonian or Chinese Confucianist, you're made to worship these overlords? There's only one place in the world which at one point during the Achaemenid period manages to, I wouldn't say conquer, I would say liberate half the Earth's population. At its zenith, 1 out of every 2 people on Earth was an Achaemenid subject. Okay? So what is this entity? And then during the Parthian period, this elite forms, which remains integral. It rules Iran for 400 years, then remains integral during the whole 500 years of the, 400 years of the Sassanids. So for 400 years, the Parthians are ruling Iran directly. For 400 years, they're integral to the Sassanid system. Then after the Arab Muslims conquer Iran, the same Parthian houses are responsible for the liberation of large parts of Iran and for a cultural renaissance. Who the fuck are these people?
And are they still here?
So look, the point I'm trying to make is Iran is not a country. Iran is a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon. And it's integral to the human resistance against this oppressive control system that's being managed by the same people who are trying to craft the UFO disclosure discourse in a way that is disempowering and that it misleads the majority of people into accepting them as angels or, divine guides or whatever. I mean, this is the whole direction in which the UFO disclosure discourse is being taken by people like Diana Pasulka, Danny Sheehan, the Jesuit order, and all kinds of people are now being infected by this discourse, by this
Diana, who stole so much of your information and presented it in her specific way.
Yeah, look, a lot of people at this point, I think, are misappropriating ideas that I put out there first, and they're doing it in ways that are diametrically opposed to my agenda. My agenda being to enlighten people and to catalyze a rebellion against this control system at a moment when the technological singularity is within our grasp, and to propose a worldview, what I framed as Prometheism, to propose a worldview that can basically constructively guide us through this technological singularity in a way where it ends with a positively superhuman future rather than with a dystopian inhuman future. Okay? What the people managing this control system want to do is to impose a quasi-feudal deindustrialization on the world, which denies the majority of humanity the technological singularity. Essentially, they want a reset. And they're going to use all kinds of catastrophes to bring that into being, from engineered ecological disaster to more pandemics like COVID to potentially limited nuclear war and biological warfare and other things. So why is Iran important? Because given Iran's heritage and the fundamental ideals, principles, beliefs, the basic ethos of the Iranian people, all right? Iran, which is an incredibly geostrategically located country, has the potential to become the principal bastion of resistance against this agenda on a global scale, okay? So looking at the world today, especially now that we see the rise of Islamic fundamentalism in Europe, and essentially the capture of European metropolitan areas by masses of, radical Muslim migrants, and we see the rise of almost equally retarded Christian evangelical belief in the United States, where a large part of Trump's base, a large part of the base for the MAGA agenda consists of these evangelical Christians, where we see the Catholic Church in Europe attempting to co-opt the Vatican agenda in a way that portrays these Nordics as angelic beings, and is preparing the ground for a perennialist discourse where one day in the not too distant future, the Catholic Church is going to come out and going to acknowledge the prophethood of Muhammad, and they're going to acknowledge Lord Krishna, and they're going to say that these were divinely appointed guides of humanity like Jesus Christ. And there's going to be a global perennialist, traditionalist belief system that is consonant with and that is attendant to deindustrialization and the framing of singularity level technologies as dangerous, demonic, and something that's too destabilizing for humans to be allowed to handle. That's where we're being pushed. Now, Iran is incredibly important to the people who are pushing this agenda and have been pushing it in a very aggressive way for many decades now, at least since the beginning of the 20th century. If you look at Pahlavi Iran, okay, if you look at Iran under the Shah, mainly let's look at Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the second Pahlavi monarch. There were two competing discourses in Pahlavi Iran. I'm talking about within the regime itself, okay? One was a kind of very cosmopolitan, futurist discourse that was best embodied by the very long-serving Prime Minister Amir Abbas Hoveyda. His brother Fereydun Hoveyda was the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations. And for example, he knew Andy Warhol very well. He introduced Andy Warhol to Farah Pahlavi, to Empress Farah Pahlavi. And So these were very cosmopolitan people. Amir Abbas Hoveyda and his brother Fereydun, by the way, they were also family friends of ours. My father knew them quite well, especially Fereydun Hoveyda. In any case, they had this very cosmopolitan outlook and futurist vision of what Iran could be. Then you had another faction, which was led by Sayyid Hossein Nasr. Sayyid Hossein Nasr was the head of the Imperial Iranian Academy of Philosophy, set up by the Shah. And you have to understand that when the Shah sets up an Imperial Iranian Academy of Philosophy, it's from the Iranian Magian philosophical heritage that Plato got the idea of philosopher kingship in the first place. Okay, Pythagoras studied for 12 years in the capital of the Persian Empire, and then was sent on a mission by the Magi who trained him to go bring philosophy to the West and set up his school in Sicily and so on and so forth. And Plato became a disciple of the Pythagorean order, and that's where he gets his ideas of philosopher rulership from. Okay, so and then in the medieval period, you have people like Shahab al-Din Sohrawardi and al-Farabi reappropriate this idea of philosopher kingship. So it's an Iranian idea in origin. And when Muhammad Reza Pahlavi, the Shah, set up this Imperial Iranian Academy of Philosophy, it was with the idea that they would develop a kind of governing philosophy for Pahlavi Iran and act as a sort of aura of spiritual and sagacious legitimacy behind the Pahlavi crown. Understand? It's not just like some academic institution. And Sayyid Hossein Nasr and this institute put out a journal which was titled Sophia Perennis. In other words, the perennial wisdom. Okay? Sayyid Hossein Nasr was a disciple of René Guénon. René Guénon is the founder of traditionalism, the traditionalist school that also includes, for example, Julius Evola. So the people who were pushing this traditionalist, perennialist agenda tried to already capture Pahlavi Iran under the Shah. But they failed because the faction led by Sayyid Hossein Nasr lost to the faction that was embodied by the leadership of someone like Amir Abbas Hoveyda. And that's because the majority of the Iranian intelligentsia were not interested in cobweb medievalism. They were interested in reestablishing Iran as a beacon of progress and enlightenment in the world, including as a scientifically, competent nation. I mean, after all, Iran is one of the few countries, you could count on your hand, one of the few countries in history that was the world leader in science and technology for centuries, right? I mean, Germany can claim that for a certain time, Germany was a world leader in science and technology. The United States has for a while become that. China might sadly become that for a little while before this global deindustrialist agenda is pushed through the Chinese and, their Confucianist system. At one point, obviously, it was the Greco-Roman world when we had the Library of Alexandria and so on and so forth. Iran from, let's say, and France also counts as among the countries that led science and technological development from, let's say, the era of Descartes to the era of Auguste Comte. Iran is one of those few countries, handful of countries, which between 900 and 1100, let's say, for a few centuries, was the world leader in science and technology. Just go look up the list. Persian scientists and inventors, and see how many people there are in different branches of the sciences and how many inventions there were, innovations and inventions. So Pahlavi Iran was interested in ultimately reclaiming that. And the people who wanted a traditionalist, perennialist agenda lost. So then this fucking elite, based primarily in the United States Central Intelligence Agency and constituted by all those Eastern European Nazi spies that we absorbed into the OSS in 1940, late 44, even before the Germans officially lost the war, going through 1947. This Gehlen organization, spy network of General Reinhard, SS General Reinhard Gehlen, was absorbed into the OSS and created what became the CIA. These people had an agenda for Pahlavi Iran. And by the way, these are the people who their tactical planning was responsible for restoring the Shah to power in 1953. When people talk about, the coup against Mossadegh, whatever, it's very complicated, a lot more complicated than people think. Mossadegh was never democratically elected. Mossadegh was appointed prime minister by the Iranian parliament. The way the constitution worked in those days, the prime minister was appointed by the parliament and had to be approved by the Shah and served at the pleasure of the Shah. In any case, the restoration of the Shah, who was driven for a little while into exile in Italy by Mossadegh, the restoration of the Shah in 1953 by the CIA was carried out very specifically by the Special Operations Division of the CIA constituted by Nazis. And I know a lot about this subject that it has not even come out into the public, about the Nazi footprint in Iran during and immediately after the Second World War. The Nazis were very active in it, particularly the SS Foreign Legion had a plan for Iran. In fact, I don't think it's lost on most people. I think, it's becoming increasingly well known that the reason Reza Shah Pahlavi changed Iran's exonym from Persia to Iran in 1935 is because it was part of an agenda to incorporate Iran into the Axis, ultimately into the Aryan Reich, the global Aryan Reich that they were envisioning. So Iran obviously is a Middle Persian form of Aryana, the Aryan nation. And, up till 1935, the accepted exonym or foreign name for Iran was Persia. Everybody called Iran Persia in foreign countries from the days of the Greeks and Romans all the way through, the European Enlightenment and up to 1935. At which point, Reza Shah, who was close to Hitler and the Reich, asked for the world to call Iran by its endonym, its local name, indigenous name. Iranians have always called Iran Iran or Aryana.
So the overthrowing.
No, go ahead.
I'm just curious. The overthrowing, then it goes way beyond what we've been taught in school, as far as British Petroleum wanted to have the oil and Mossadegh wanted to nationalize the oil. So that's all small potatoes, or that's not relevant here.
It's not the substructure of what happened. It's not the substructure of what really happened there. The restoration of the Shah in 1953 was part of an agenda by people like General Zahedi, who had ties to the SS Foreign Legion in Iran in the late 1940s, early 1950s, organizations like Sumka, basically the Iranian Nazi Party, and so on and so forth, who were working with elements in the CIA who eventually wanted to use perennialism to destroy Iran's capacity to resist the global control system, which they have long planned to put into place. Okay? So my point is this, that from the days of the Pahlavi regime, Iran was identified as a critical threat to the attempt to deindustrialize the planet and impose a regressive perennialist belief system on the world. They saw this huge red flag. And so they decided, once they realized they couldn't work through the Pahlavi system, that it was too progressive, too cosmopolitan, the Shah himself was not interested in this medieval shit, they did a number of things. The CIA. One thing is they gave the Shah cancer around about 1974, 75. The Shah was administered this thing, which the CIA has now used on I don't know how many people, that produces symptoms that can be mistaken for fast-acting cancer. And then they put doctors around him who gave him treatments that only exacerbated his increasing, how can we say, disorientation, lack of decisive, lack of cohesive decision making, and basically led to a deterioration of his capacity to act decisively. Okay, so this is one thing they did to him. And I think the Shah made a big mistake of keeping that secret. He kept his, cancer diagnosis secret for many years. And anyway, the other thing that they did is that they created an organization. Okay, so there was an organization in Iran called Mujahedin Khalq, MEK. And these motherfuckers are still around today. And they have bought off many European politicians who've invited their, headscarf-wearing leader to the European Parliament. And they've bought off American politicians from Newt Gingrich to, Mayor Giuliani. Giuliani is the biggest whore for the MEK. Horrendous.
Wow.
And this is a Islamist, Maoist, terrorist organization, if you can believe, a fusion of Islam with some of the most regressive, collectivistic forms of communism. An organization that developed in the 1960s on a very small scale with a very disorganized leadership. The CIA came in the early 70s and restructured this organization and bolstered it for the purpose of using it to build a bridge between communist political parties in Iran, like the Tudeh Party and the Fadayan Khalq, and Islamic groups like the Mujahedin Islam and the Ansarullah, and people basically around Ayatollah Khomeini. So that the real Islamists around Ayatollah Khomeini obviously were at odds with atheistic communist groups like Tudeh and the Fadayan Khalq. And the CIA needed to find a way to build a bridge between these two groups. They did it in the form of the Mujahedin Khalq, who played a very significant role as a guerrilla group in bringing the Islamic Republic to power in 1978-79, only for the Islamic Republic to turn on them and all of the other leftist groups and start executing them in the early 1980s. Which was
kind of makes me think of Mamdani right now with New York City, which later on we'll get into. But there has been this convergence between leftism and Islam.
Yes.
Maybe the Ba'ath Party could be another kind of example of that in a way. I don't know.
No, the Ba'ath Party were secular. The Ba'ath Party were secular. They were Arab nationalists. In any case, these people are Islamic communists.
Yeah.
And the CIA used them to build a bridge between two types of groups who otherwise would never have worked together. And that was instrumental in toppling the Shah's regime. Okay. Now, what was the end goal of all of this? It was to create a regressive Islamic system that would be perfectly in line both with the promotion of perennialist discourse using Shiite esotericism, and also completely in line with the agenda of deindustrialization. Okay, so from the beginning of the founding of the Islamic Republic, the majority of the support base of Khomeini and these Islamic militias and so forth came from religious people who had lived in the countryside and who, as part of the Shah's industrialization programs, were rapidly relocated to cities to work in new factories that had been opening up. In other words, these were uprooted, dislocated people who were used to living in a rural environment, and they were all of a sudden transplanted into what were very cosmopolitan metropolises in Iran under the Shah's rule. And so they had this, at least subconscious, reaction against modernization and progress, where they resented having to bear the burden of developing a modern industrial society. And they had a deep longing to destroy industry and any kind of productive capacities in Iran. Okay, which, then it facilitated Khomeini and his cronies to put in place an extremely incompetent and inefficient system. You see, because the people themselves didn't want progress, these people, the power base of the Ayatollahs. And that kind of in Iran is exactly what these, global planners wanted in terms of their end goal of putting into place a perennialist, deindustrialized global system. Now, the CIA didn't stop its shenanigans in Iran with the overthrow of the Shah. They also convinced Saddam Hussein to invade Iran in September of 1980 because they knew that a military coup was coming in Iran. The Shah had a very loyal military. It was a world-class Western-style military. And they were planning a coup against the Islamic Republic. We saw signs of that in this Noje plot at a certain airbase. And there was a wider coup plan that was in play. The invasion of Iran by Saddam, backed by the CIA, was intended to neutralize the potential for a coup by forcing the military to rally around the flag and defend the territorial integrity of Iran. And, it's not like Saddam invaded Kurdistan, Iranian Kurdistan. Saddam went for the province called Khuzestan, which contains 90% of Iran's petroleum. Okay, so it was an existential threat. And even like the most anti-Islamic people volunteered to serve in the military to protect Iran's territorial integrity at that point. So the Islamic Republic was kept alive also by the CIA. And the CIA orchestrated the selling of arms to both sides so that this would be drawn out over years as a war of attrition. Of course, Ayatollah Khomeini himself was happy to extend this war for as long as possible, and in the dreams that he's going to conquer the Shiite holy cities of Najaf and Karbala in Iraq, and hopefully eventually make it over to Jerusalem, right, and defeat the Zionist entity, as they like to call it, right, and liberate Al-Quds for Islam and all this bullshit. Of course, Khomeini was happy to extend the war and sacrifice the lives of hundreds of thousands of Iranians, but tactically and strategically, it was facilitated by the CIA selling arms to both sides. This is what became the Iran-Contra scandal, you remember, in the 1980s. Yeah. Okay? So point being, this regime was created and sustained by a Nazi-controlled American deep state, which has this plan of deindustrializing the planet, preventing us from achieving parity with the entities behind the UFO phenomenon, and preventing us from, using the technological singularity as an opportunity for taking an evolutionary leap. Now, as soon as the Iran-Iraq war ended, so you think, okay, fine, this fucking war is finally over. People are going to be able to rebel against this regime and get their country back. Well, there was a plan for that. And there were about 100 intellectuals that were working very hard in Iran in the 1990s. So the war ends in 1988. And Khomeini dies in 89. And then there's this plan for basically getting rid of the Islamic Republic. And it's being organized by about 100 intellectuals. They start to be murdered one by one. All the dissident intellectuals, both inside Iran and major figures outside Iran, opposition figures like the last prime minister of the Shah, Prime Minister Shahpur Bakhtiar, who had gone into exile in Paris and who had, for whatever problems the man had, he was very intelligent, he was competent with organization, and he was in touch with a large group of intellectuals inside Iran who were planning this basically, how can you call it, recapture of the country, liberation of the country. And every single one of these people was murdered between 1989 and 1999. It's called the chain murders in Iran. You can look it up. The chain murders of Iran. Qatlai Zanjirei. The revolt that they were planning eventually did take place. It took place in July of 1999. But by that time, they had murdered about 80 of these intellectuals, including all of the leading lights, so that it was organizationally, let's say, incapacitated. Okay, it was organizationally incapacitated. The most significant group that came from out of that revolt in July of 1999 was an organization called Hezb Marz Porgohar. E Iran, e Marz Porgohar, O Iran, O glorious land, was the anthem, unofficial anthem of Iran during the Pahlavi period, like America the Beautiful. And it was banned by the Islamic Republic. And this party took its name from that, Marz Porgohar. Okay? And it was founded by disciples of Dariush and Parvaneh Furuhar. Dariush Furuhar was an Iranian nationalist in the Shah's period who broke with the Shah because he thought the Shah wasn't nationalist enough. And when a lot of people fled, a lot of regime officials fled, many others were executed during the fall of the Shah's regime. Dariush Furuhar stayed, and because he had been so vocal in his opposition to the Shah during the late years of the Pahlavi regime, he was even given a post during the first administration of the Islamic Republic as Minister of Labor. And but then very quickly they got rid of him, and he became like the only tolerated significant dissident inside the country. Well, he was murdered together with his wife in the late 1990s. They came into their home and basically butchered him and his wife Parvaneh. And Marz Porgohar was formed from out of the followers of his group. They were a branch of the Pan-Iranist party. Anyway, so you had Marz Porgohar come out of that. By the way, I knew the guy who led that, Ruzbe Farahanipour. I met him and actually wrote his wiki. I don't know whether he's changed it since, but back in the day I wrote his wiki, Ruzbe Farahanipour. So you had this uprising, and it was horrendous. People were taken to all kinds of secret prisons, not just Evin, the prisons like Kahrizak, much worse prisons, held and tortured under appalling conditions. And that uprising was defeated. So because you had all these chain murders of intellectuals and you had the brutal crushing of this uprising, people became very demoralized. And from out of their despair in the 2000s, they kind of de facto agreed to attempt an agenda of reforming the Islamic Republic from within and to try to create a kind of weak Gorbachev-style Islamic Republic that hopefully would collapse the way that the Soviet Union collapsed. And their first candidate for this was a president by the name of Mohammad Khatami. And then after an interlude by Ahmadinejad, they fielded this candidate, Mir Hossein Mousavi. In the 2009, summer 2009, I believe it was June, presidential elections, you had Mir Hossein Mousavi, the former prime minister, one of the former prime ministers of the Islamic Republic, and a cleric by the name Mehdi Karoubi, who was a very moderate, sort of relatively liberal-minded cleric, running as reformist candidates. And the election was frauded. The election was frauded in favor of Ahmadinejad, and the person who orchestrated the fraud in this whole scheme was the son of Khamenei, the son of the supreme leader. Monster, this guy, Mujtaba Khamenei, he is the worst monster in the Islamic Republic, which is why, by the way, and we'll come to this, it was decided that he needs to be killed either together with his father or before his father, so that when the supreme leader is taken out, this creature doesn't wind up, heading the Islamic Republic, because he's more brutal and psychopathic than even his father. So Mujtaba organized this theft of the election to prevent Mousavi and Karoubi from Mousavi really was, he got the majority of votes, but to prevent these guys from creating a Gorbachev-style regime that would sort of implode and allow for a relatively peaceful transition from out of the Islamic Republic. They frauded the election, and there started to be mass protests that began with the slogan, "Where's my vote?" and then very quickly turned into a revolutionary uprising with slogans like "Death to Khamenei," "Death to the Islamic Republic," and very importantly, also the slogan, "Obama, Obama, you're either with them or you're with us." So by fall of 2009, there were masses of Iranians in the streets calling for the overthrow of the Islamic Republic. They were no longer satisfied with, reevaluating the election results or, reholding the election or whatever. They were interested in taking out the regime, and they were being brutally confronted. When I say brutally confronted, there were scenes where these Basijis, these paramilitary thugs, would all of a sudden pour from out of a mosque, wielding machetes, and butcher people literally on the streets and throw them off of bridges. And these were then people were taken to prisons, not just Evin, the famous political prison, but again, other prisons that you don't even know their names. Okay, I mean, they are like hidden torture chamber places, and in these places, women were gang raped, men were sodomized. They would make sure to rape all the women who they were going to execute. They would rape them first. Once they executed prisoners, they would bring parents of the prisoners and make them pay for every bullet that was put into their children's bodies by the regime. And while all of this is going on, the Iranian people are chanting, Obama, Obama, Yabama, Yabona. Obama, you're either with us or with them. Barack Hussein Obama is writing a letter to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Personal letter from Barack Hussein Obama to Ali Khamenei, whose death the Iranian people are calling for. And that communication from Obama to Khamenei became the basis for the JCPOA to be negotiated and for Obama to transfer billions of dollars to this regime that tortured and mutilated and executed all of these young Iranians. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who had come into the streets to protest against this regime from 2009, June of 2009, into around about February of 2010. In that time, I was initially solidarity demonstration organizer, and then I became, if you can believe it, a human rights activist, lobbying the permanent veto-wielding member states of the United Nations Security Council in New York. I would go around to the various missions and deliver these letters on behalf of this organization, Iran Crime Watch, where we were calling for all these leaders of the IRGC that Israel kindly eliminated for us. We were calling for them all to be sanctioned and prosecuted. And by the way, really briefly, funny story. When I was going around doing this, I had to go to the Russian mission at one point to deliver a letter. And as I'm pulling up to the Russian mission, now bear in mind. Yes. United Nations, I almost got a real bear hug that day, I'll tell you. United Nations missions are foreign soil, understand? So when you walk into a UN mission, you don't have any protection as a US citizen anymore. So I'm approaching the Russian mission, and all of a sudden this car pulls up, and a bunch of prostitutes, they're clearly prostitutes from the way they were dressed and their demeanor and so on and so forth, are being escorted into the building by, these black suit, black tie, wearing security officials.
Was one of them Stephen Witkoff? No, anyway, go on.
Probably. And so I'm wearing a black suit. I happen to be wearing a black suit and a black tie like these security officials, And back then I was very slim, and I also have a sort of an Eastern European look. So I mixed myself into this group of people and went straight into the elevator with them. And it just so happened that the security officials went into one elevator with some of the prostitutes, and I wound up with the rest of these lovely women in another elevator. And they looked at me, and I was carrying this official letter and so on and so forth. And they said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "The ambassador's office." And they kindly gave me directions to what floor the ambassador was on. I had no idea what elevator button to push, right? First of all, I should never have gotten past the front door. But they give me, because probably they've been under the ambassador's desk. So they give me the floor. I press it. I get out. All these doors. By the way, really weird place, the Russian mission. It doesn't look like a place, where there'd be a UN mission. It looks like a apartment complex run by gangsters or mafiosos or something like that. And so I'm looking for what random door am I gonna, knock on? And I knock on this door. Door opens up. The deputy ambassador is there. And I personally hand him this letter. Now, what's in this letter? all kinds of threats to the Russian government. Of course, it was written in my style, right? So without approval from the director of my organization, I went into the Russo-Persian Wars and how much territory these Russians took from Iran and how much bad blood there is in Iran, how much anti-Russian sentiment there is in Iran, and that really they would be making an incredibly stupid mistake to continue to support the Islamic Republic while it brutally represses the Iranian people. So I send this guy, the deputy ambassador, a letter full of threats. And the guy, he looks a little scared. He closes the door. And the next thing I know, I'm waiting for the elevator. Boris and Ivan show up. These like 6'5", tall, like built Russians with the crew cuts. And they don't even look at me. One goes on each side of me, and they basically escort me into the elevator and deposit me onto the sidewalk, where I regained my rights as an American citizen. So that was a little vignette from my days as an activist during the
what year?
2010. I would say that was 2010 by that time. It was well into the uprising. It was probably early 2010.
Interesting. Do you know the name of the deputy ambassador? Was it Alexander Darchiev by any chance?
No, but if you talk for a while, I can see if I have the letter still, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Oh, the deputy ambassador?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't remember his name. But I have my letter still to the ambassador. Yeah.
According to a quick ChatGPT search, he has a mustache. I'm looking at photos of him right now. I don't know if that's the same guy. And I could show you, by the way.
He was rather startled when he opened the door.
Yeah, I could show you, by the way, when I'm also going to show you that tweet with Trump's address to the Atayola. So whenever you want to do that, we can definitely go for that as well.
Anyway, so let's not get too derailed. Anyway, the point is that I'm trying to lay out the history of the Iranian opposition for you. So because Barack Obama sold us out, we lost this opportunity for change of regime. It would have happened so easily if Obama had just not, enriched this regime and endorsed it. He literally publicly came out and, he did what Trump just did, but Trump actually did a lot worse. He publicly straight up came out and said, we're not interested in regime change in Iran. We're interested in working with, who's there and seeing what we can do with them, etc. And so he threw us under the bus. As you can imagine, that was incredibly demoralizing.
Yeah.
So then the next protests in Iran take place 7 years later. It's 2017. In the summer of 2016, I joined an organization called the Iranian Renaissance. And because this was a cultural organization, and with the objective that its name describes very well, namely to bring about a second Iranian Renaissance, because it was a cultural organization, it was able to bring together disparate political groups, right? So since we were not ourselves a political party, we were able to act as a nexus and organizing force to create a coalition of political organizations. And so we're in the midst of, so we start doing this and in late 2016 into early 2017. And by the summer of 2017, we had brought together two monarchist political organizations, the Pan-Iranist Party and the Constitutionalist Party of Iran.
Mm-hmm.
We had brought them together with the party of Mohammad Mossadegh, the National Front. So just imagine what a diplomatic accomplishment it is that the people who were behind Mossadegh all these years finally agreed to sit at the same table as the most nationalistic of the monarchist groups, under the umbrella leadership of the Iranian Renaissance. And I came up with a name for this organization, Jebhe Irangerayan, the Iranist Front. Now, you could, of course, translate it a different way into English, right? Considering that Iran is Aryana, which means the Aryan nation, etc. In any case, the Iranist Front, Jebhe Irangerayan, which included the Constitutionalist Monarchist Party, the Pan-Iranist Party, and the National Front, under the umbrella leadership of the Iranian Renaissance. And we basically came to Reza Pahlavi and were like, man, your national council that you formed in 2012 is lame. It hasn't done anything. It's been organizationally inefficient. And quite frankly, there's a lot of corruption. I don't want to name names, but, there was money laundering going on. And at the very least, they were highly inefficient. So we proposed to basically hand this structure over to the Crown Prince and say, okay, you don't want to be an authoritarian leader anyway. I mean, Reza Pahlavi has been incredibly consistent on this for all the years since he has acted as an opposition figure, that he is simply interested in facilitating a transition to liberal democracy in Iran. And, at the most, he would accept the position of constitutional monarch if, that's what people really insisted on, right? So he says, well, you don't want actual sovereign authority, but you're a great figurehead to unite people as part of a transition to a new system. And so here's the structure, you be the figurehead. He accused us of being too nationalistic, too chauvinistic, basically accused us of being fascists. And then another thing happened. I believe it was May of 2017, there was another presidential election in Iran. And to our great dismay, although we had called for an electoral boycott, there was a 70% voter turnout, which is much higher than anything you see in the United States. And the majority of those 70% of eligible voters who turned out voted for this reformist mullah, Hassan Rouhani. Okay, and we're going to come back to him. He's very important, Hassan Rouhani. Actually, let me just broach that subject right now. Okay, the single greatest threat to successful regime change under the current conditions is a plot to replace Khamenei with Hassan Rouhani as the supreme leader of Iran. This is not a hypothetical idea. It is an active plan that is being pushed by the CIA, by Russia and China and all the European countries. So the majority of the existing European leadership, people like Macron over there in France, and all the way to Xi Jinping, and the CIA are all on the same page that what should happen in Iran is that Khamenei should be replaced by this Gorbachev-style mullah. Why? Well, first of all, it will allow the Islamic Republic to continue, but because this Hassan Rouhani is a deep state type who has gone to the World Economic Forum and personally met with Klaus Schwab and coordinated with Klaus Schwab's planners over there at the World Economic Forum, and he's spoken at venues like the Council on Foreign Relations. So he's part of this transnational deep state system, and he can preserve the Islamic Republic and thereby prevent Iran from becoming a huge thorn in the side of this regressive global perennialist agenda, this, quasi-feudal deindustrialization agenda. Okay, so now to go back to what I was saying, yes, that's Hassan Rouhani at the World Economic Forum with Schwabi over there.
Yeah.
Okay, that tells you everything. Some pictures really speak more than 1,000 words. So the worst thing that can happen is if this plot is allowed to unfold where Khamenei is replaced by Hassan Rouhani. I think, I don't think the Israelis are going to let that happen, and we'll come back to that. Anyway, in May of 2017, this Hassan Rouhani was elected president, and there was a relatively large voter turnout. And, on top of being called fascists by the Crown Prince, by being accused of being overly chauvinistic nationalists, we were extremely disheartened that, a large number of Iranians who reject the regime out of despair voted for this scumbag. So we thought to ourselves, and this is not the first time I've talked about these things, but I'm revealing sensitive information still in what I'm about to say, is that we thought to ourselves, look, we have to take a different strategy. we have to try to bring about a coup d'etat within the Islamic Republic. We have to, if we allow, let me just put it this way. We wanted to work with elements within the system who were nationalist and who wanted to transition Iran from out of a religious system into a nationalistic system, and who wanted to displace the mullahs, to remove the clergy from power. Elements within the IRGC that were nationalistic. And by the way, we now know for a fact that they exist. I mean, we knew back then that they existed, but now the general public knows because, as we said at the outset of this program, as soon as Mossad opened its Persian language lines, they got hundreds of IRGC officers contacting them, ready to collaborate. Now, what we had been told at that time, through secure communications from inside Iran, was that, and again, this is the summer of 2017, 1/3 of the IRGC was ready to stage a coup d'etat and transition from out of an Islamic system into a nationalist one, okay? Where Iran would be governed for a certain period of time under something like martial law, under a quasi-military government. And what these gentlemen in the IRGC were looking for was a political and intellectual leadership that could function in tandem with them. I mean, even if you're going to have a military regime, you need a certain bureaucratic structure, you need technocrats, and you need an intellectual discourse. And ideally also a spiritual discourse. So they were looking to us for that, and certain secure communications were made. And there were also certain defectors within the structure of the Islamic Republic itself at a high level. And I'm sorry to do this to the man, but I've already revealed his name in writing for reasons that I consider justified. But frankly, Esfandiar Rahim Mashai, the vice president of former President Ahmadinejad, was prepared to be a part of this coalition government. And the reason for that is that, frankly, Esfandiar Mashai believes in some bizarre cult that's a mixture of Zoroastrianism and Shiite Islam. And he was open to working with neo-Zoroastrians to create a kind of hybrid, nationalistically oriented government that would preserve Iran's not just territorial integrity, but Iran's force projection capability and autonomy and self-determination and so forth. So we started organizing this coup attempt. And my book, Iranian Leviathan, is an attempt at crafting a discourse that could have been foundational to the type of transitional regime that we were envisioning. So Iranian Leviathan is the clearest example of my employing what Plato called noble lies. As a philosopher, I crafted a discourse, particularly toward the end of that book, toward the end of Iranian Leviathan, a discourse which honestly disgusted me. But sometimes you have to engage in this kind of self-sacrifice, where you realize that something is tactically indispensable, operationally necessary, and you have to put your own sentiments aside to be able to forward a framework that's going to be conducive to, a change of regime that will preserve as many lives as possible and preserve Iran's territorial integrity and prevent things like the danger of separatism and secessionism and so forth. So the ending of Iranian Leviathan, in the ways in which it draws from Shiite esotericism and amalgamates it to a kind of Zoroastrian Mithraic discourse, was very much part of an operational plan that we had. Unfortunately, what wound up happening is that my colleagues decided that they did not want to collaborate with people inside the regime. And instead, they preferred to give their backing to the crown prince, despite being called chauvinistic nationalists by him, and despite being effectively sidelined by him. So this became, now, this is why, if, let me correlate my life and my experiences to publicly witnessed events. This is why the uprising in Iran in December 2017 into early 2018 failed. There was a massive nationwide working class uprising, not coming from well-off people, like the type of people who live in the, northern part of Tehran. No, a working class, blue-collar uprising where people were so vehemently anti-Islamic that they were setting mosques on fire. It wasn't just a revolt against the Islamic Republic, it was a rebellion against Islam. And mosques were being set on fire, okay? It was nationwide. It happened. This was the most widespread demonstrations against the Islamic Republic that had ever taken place, more widespread geographically than 2009 into 2010. But the reason it failed was because the military coup that was supposed to take place during that uprising could not materialize without the coordination between my colleagues and those elements within the IRGC that wanted to defect. Okay? So, a very long story short, this is why I became increasingly disaffected and, dissociated myself from those people, because I considered that a tragic loss of an opportunity. And then we go along, so this is 2017, and then we go along for a few years after this failed uprising until we get to 2023, when in September of 2023, this Kurdish Iranian girl, Mahsa, or her Kurdish name was Jina, Mahsa Amini, was killed by regime officials who were accosting her for having improper hijab. And this incident sparked what ultimately became a nationwide uprising. And from September of 2023 all the way to, let's say, September 2022. From September 2022 till March of 2023, you had this Mahsa uprising, which could well have become a revolution. The reason it didn't become a revolution is because there was no proper opposition leadership. Finally, as the protests are starting to die down around Nowruz, or in March of 2023, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi agrees to be part of a coalition with a few other opposition figures. It was Masih Alinejad, who was a leader of anti-hijab protests for many years. She was a journalist, then led this anti-hijab protest for years. And Hamid Esmailion. Hamid Esmailion was the leader of a movement seeking justice for the downing of the Ukrainian airliner in Iran. There was this Ukrainian airliner that was downed by the IRGC, and all these civilians were killed, including quite a number of Iranians. And his wife and child were killed in that, and he became a crusader for, justice against the regime for having, shot down the civilian airliner. So he was another one of the people. And then you had Abdullah Muhtadi. Abdullah Muhtadi was a former Communist Party leader who then became a head of the Kurdish, basically, Workers' Party. So these are people who often have advocated a kind of federalism and decentralization of power and policies like, retarded policies like education in the Kurdish language, as if you're going to go teach physics to people in Kurdish in Iran, and so his discourse was dangerously close to a Kurdish secessionist discourse. And like I said, he had a communist past, but he became part of this coalition because the Crown Prince was trying to reach out, to as many people from disparate political persuasions as possible. So they create this thing. There were a couple of other prominent personalities, like media figure. In other words, like a sports hero, Ali Karimi was part of it, is national soccer sports hero, and Golshifteh Farahani, famous Persian actress. To give visibility to the coalition, they were also part of it. And they called this thing the Alliance for Freedom and Democracy in Iran, AFDI. And they came out with something called the Mahsa Charter, named after Mahsa Amini. On March 3rd, 2023, they came out with this Mahsa Charter. It was extremely weak language. in areas, the charter was even opening Iran up to the danger of secessionism. The charter refuses to use even the term nation of Iran. And it was very sharply criticized by particularly, well, certainly nationalists, but monarchists, broadly speaking. They criticized the crown prince for even having agreed to be part of this coalition. And the thing lasted literally like all of 2 months. Reza Pahlavi goes on a trip to Israel, April, May 2023, and the coalition falls apart. In Israel, Reza Pahlavi meets with Benjamin Netanyahu personally, and he is chaperoned throughout his visit by Gila Gamliel, who at that time was the head of Israeli intelligence and has since become the Minister of Science and Technology. And I should just take a minute to personally thank her. She's been an absolutely extraordinary voice for the Iranian people and an unequivocal, uncompromising advocate of regime change throughout the whole of Operation Rising Lion. Gila Gamliel, former head of intelligence, and currently the Minister of Science and Technology in Israel. So it's Gila Gamliel who, recounts that during that visit of Reza Pahlavi, she thought to herself, and you can see when you see her interviewed and speak about this, you can see the sincerity, that she thought to herself, it occurred to me, sitting with him, that this really is an opportunity after 2,500 years for us to return the favor of Cyrus the Great. That, these Iranians freed us from captivity in Babylon and commissioned the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem and essentially created the state of Israel 2,500 years ago, recreated it. And we now have an opportunity to liberate the Iranian people. Okay, I believe she's very sincere when she says that this occurred to her and she was deeply struck by this during his visit. And she has continued to pursue that vision. Let me just, while we're on that subject, take a moment to unpack this idea of Iranian Zionism that I developed. Again, in the very same book where I crafted certain noble lies to appeal to a segment of the IRGC that was ready for a nationalist coup, I also, in a very philosophically robust, complex way, developed the concept of Iranian Zionism. And this doesn't only have to do with Cyrus the Great and his liberation of the Jews from Babylon, but also with the actual building of the Second Temple by Darius. Cyrus commissioned it, but it was actually Darius the Great who completed that project. And Xerxes and his relationship with Esther. The story that we're given in the book of Esther. I set that in the context of the book of Job, which was written during that period when the Persians were freeing the Jews. It was written in the immediate aftermath of the Babylonian exile. The end of the Babylonian exile. And so, looking at the book of Job, looking at the book of Esther, and all of these very strange connections between the regime of Cyrus and Darius and the people who were rebuilding Israel, who were led by Mithraic magi, I developed a very interesting idea of why it is that Iranians became the first Zionists in history, why Iran became the patron of the first attempt to recreate the state of Israel after it had effectively been erased from the face of the earth. So I coined I developed this concept and I coined this term, and man, did I get a lot of shit for it from, well, a lot of people, but including Iranian nationalists at that time. Well, guess what? The same Iranian nationalists who at that time gave me all this shit for that are now just, unequivocal Zionists themselves and are absolutely, in favor of Israel's efforts to catalyze a regime change in Iran.
Just to quickly paint a picture, if possible, of what you were just talking about for those who are just coming in right now. You were talking about how the CIA has been wanting to keep Iran in this state of perpetual servitude towards these mullahs and towards these Islamic ideas. Meanwhile, people point the finger at Israel, being like the secret puppet masters of the United States. But it seems like with all of the actions the U.S. has taken in regards to Israel, they have not pushed any kind of agenda that Israel would have been in favor for, going all the way, back to Obama and now with Trump as well. So at least that's what I'm getting right now, that the people who are associating the bad guys with the CIA may be in many ways right, as you were talking about, but they're also associating Israel as being friends of the CIA, and this is not something that you are thinking is the case at all.
Absolutely. When it comes to, look, there are many places where the agenda of CIA and Mossad, I'm sure, is aligned. So for example, these people who think like Jeffrey Epstein, is a Mossad operative who is blackmailing all the American politicians. And look, Israel is blackmailing American politicians. Jackasses. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the CIA. Yes, he worked for Mossad also, but he worked for the CIA, and it's the CIA who got him out of prosecution the first time he was jailed. Okay? That wasn't the Mossad who got him out of, it was the CIA, because Jeffrey Epstein worked for the CIA. Ghislaine Maxwell's father worked for 4 different intelligence agencies. So point being, look, if anyone's blackmailing, American politicians, it's not necessarily just Mossad. It's the American deep state itself that's doing it, okay? And when it comes to Iran, clearly there is a divergence of interests and agendas between the American deep state on the one hand and Israel on the other, including its intelligence services. So let's get into the meat of that, okay? First of all, from the time that Bibi met with Reza Pahlavi in Israel, he started to give these addresses to the Iranian people. And this really picked up during the missile exchange. There was a missile exchange between mostly it was Iran firing missiles at Israel, and the Israeli Air Force came back and hit some air defenses in Iran in October of 2024. And during that time, Benjamin Netanyahu started giving more and more, impactful and regular addresses to the Iranian people, basically telling them that the state of Israel is their friend and wants to see the liberation of Iran, wants to see an Iranian regime in the hands of the Iranian people, and wants to see the alliance of the Iranian people and the Israeli people restored, the alliance that dates back 2,500 years. And by the way, it's not limited to the Haqq-Manashid period. There were many other instances in the Sassanid period, during the rise to prominence of the Order of Assassins at Alamut, and also during the Safavid period, where Persians were protectors of Jews in the region against radical Muslims who wanted to wipe Jews out and are still trying to achieve that. So there is this historic alliance, and Netanyahu was emphasizing this and saying that his goal was to see an Iran controlled by the Iranian people. And among all of the Iranian networks that we have based abroad, among the various exile media platforms that we have, the best of them is Iran International, and they were facilitating Netanyahu's communication with the Iranian people, and did a couple of really outstanding interviews with Netanyahu as well. So point being, Bibi's position was regime change from the beginning, going into this. And one of the most important pieces of information that came out very early in the war was, I don't know if you could call it a leaked assessment. It was more just like a public admission. I think it was a few days into the war, where Israel came out and said, we did an assessment that this would cost us 5,000 lives, that it would take 2 weeks to establish air superiority in Iran, and it would cost 5,000 Israeli lives. And they agreed to go ahead with it. So to those idiots who think that the Israelis asked Trump to publicly shout at them and impose a ceasefire on them because the Israelis were taking too many hits from Iranians. Look, I don't want to minimize Israeli deaths, but only 40 people were killed because Israelis have bomb shelters, because they actually care about their people and built excellent bomb shelters. So sure, there was some destruction of private property in these, inept Iranian missile strikes, but 40, 50 people. Okay, They were expecting 5,000 deaths and willing to accept it. What does that look like to you? That's regime change. That's a regime change plan where they said, we had an operation plan that will take weeks. And we think it'll take us 2 weeks to achieve air superiority. They achieved it in 2 days. 2 days. And how did they do that? I mean, listen, the degree of humiliation that this regime has been subjected to is something for the history books. They made a phone call over a secure line, IRGC secure line, and called all the commanders, especially the ones responsible for aerospace and missile defense and all this. They called them all to a central location, and they bombed it. And they wiped out half of the IRGC leadership in one night. And then over the next 24 hours, they went with assassins and got the rest of them. In some cases, they hit them in their apartments with pinpoint precision. You see these shots of a hole going into a residential building, hitting the fucking IRGC commander in his bed while he sleeps, and the rest of the building is undamaged.
It almost seems like the kind of operation where regular Iranian people can go about their business, order sushi. Meanwhile, these rockets are being flown into the houses of these specific people.
Listen, I have to say, I was really almost angry watching Iranians celebrating. Not only did they go about their business, they were celebrating. I was, angry because I wanted them to be protesting. And I, repeatedly said, fuck's sake, people, I understand you're happy that the regime is getting the shit bombed out of it by Israel, but seize the opportunity and pour out into the streets and protest. But yes, they were, not only could they go about their business, they were celebrating. In some cases, they were celebrating in the streets. They were celebrating in tunnels. They were holding parties and filming it while the Israeli bombs were falling, because they knew very clearly Israel is not there to harm any Iranian civilians. Sure, collateral damage happens, but these were extremely high precision strikes, extremely high precision. And just take a moment to say to all of those, really, imbeciles who come back with, oh, well, did the Israelis care to prevent civilian deaths in Gaza? You really think they care about civilians? Look what they did in Gaza. Folks, we are not Palestinians. In fact, Iranians hate Palestinians. Iranians don't like Arabs very much in general, but they particularly hate Palestinians. One of the key slogans of the Iranian opposition is Marg bar Filistin, death to Palestine. And there's a reason for that. The same regime that has been butchering and torturing Iranians and executing young people and forcing parents to pay for the bullets put into the bodies of their children, that regime has been funding the Palestinians, including terrorist groups like Hamas, for 46 years. And it's been doing it because the regime and its militia apparatus were trained and organized by Yasser Arafat in Palestine in the late 1970s. So when people talk about the Islamic Republic being an occupation regime, there's a lot of truth to it. These people were trained in Palestine by Arafat and came in and fought the Shah's military on the streets in Tehran. Okay? So, yes, the Israelis know who the Iranian people are. They know the Iranian people are their greatest future allies. That Iran, for all kinds of strategic reasons, but also for cultural and historical reasons, stands to become the single greatest ally. Frankly, I'm sorry to say, the only ally of Israel on the face of the earth in the very near future. Israel has already lost the support of the American people, who thus far were the only large-scale demographic in the world that was still supporting Israel. Europeans hate Israel, and many American youth, the youngest generation in America right now, is turning against Israel. The only people who still support Israel within the American establishment are a bunch of retarded evangelical Christians. And, I understand that the Israelis have to take money from these people. Otherwise, what are they going to do? How are they going to survive? But the Israeli intelligence services know that these people are not their real allies. These people are waiting for Jesus Christ to come back and convert the Jews. Israel's real allies are the Iranian people. And the Israeli intelligence services know that very well. So they're going to go out of their way to make sure that no Iranian civilians are harmed. And that's exactly what they did.
I do have a question about the modus operandi of Israel when it comes to Gaza, because the impression that people in the West have had is that Israel is just this, regardless of what you said about how they see the Iranians being different, the government of Israel and the IDF is seen as these mustache-twirling, top hat-wearing bad guys when it comes to, just waiting to find, like, some Palestinian child to, like, kill and maim. From what I understand on the ground, at least historically, Israel's been employing various techniques in order to get civilians out of whichever area they happen to be bombing, like with roof knocking, for instance. And I don't know exactly what went on with this particular war because of the fog of war, because of most of the information that we have comes from sources that are associated with Hamas. So what exactly is the truth of what has been going on when it comes to the IDF in Gaza?
So just briefly, because I want to come back to Iran, but what you said is exactly true. They try not to harm civilians. They give evacuation. Look, what military in the world gives evacuation orders to areas that they're going to attack when the same evacuation order is informing the Hamas commanders that that's going to be the next target? That's a huge tactical disadvantage for you. And yet they do it to try not to harm civilians. But these motherfucking terrorists put, weapons depots under hospitals. They, hide all of their military infrastructure under civilian, housing and so on and so forth. And it's their very explicit intent to use the Palestinian people, let me take that back, to the people in Gaza. I don't recognize the Palestinian people. I don't even recognize their existence. In any case, they take great, they very explicitly want to use the people of Gaza as human cannon fodder and to capitalize on their martyrdom in order to stoke more, anti-Israel sentiment. The people of Gaza and the West Bank raise their children with the idea that their children will be used as martyrs for the cause. It is the most inhuman, social system that's imaginable. But of course, it has roots going back, 1,400 years into the methods and means that Muhammad and his, heirs in the caliphate employed to culturally genocide all of those populations conquered by Islam, between Arabia and North Africa. So anyway, so much for the Palestinians. But you mentioned the evacuation orders, which is also very relevant to the unfolding of Operation Rising Lion. The Israelis were issuing very specific, very careful evacuation orders. They had these Persian spokespeople. Israeli military uniform, spoke fluent Persian, would in some cases, they use Iran International and, basically broadcast services that Iranians can receive through a dish, inside Iran. But in some cases, they even seized control of the national radio and television. They were able at one point to capture the Iranian airwaves and broadcast televised messages to the Iranian people. I'll come back to that. And they had these spokespeople who, in the Israeli military uniform, one of them became very famous among Iranians. They started calling him Amu Kamal, Uncle Kamal. These Iranians loved this IDF spokesperson who used to come on and he would give specific evacuation orders for neighborhoods where there were military or government installations that were being targeted. So Israel was very systematically evacuating certain small areas of Tehran, right? Strike by strike. Mm-hmm. And then Donald Trump comes out on June 17th and he says, evacuate Tehran. Immediately, everybody evacuate Tehran. The whole city of Tehran is a city of 15 million people. A city of 15 million people. evacuate Tehran? So people are, and now this was just after the IRGC had hit some hospitals in Israel, including hospitals where there were children being treated. They'd hit some hospitals. And so we're thinking to ourselves, fuck, maybe the Americans are going to come in now, and they're going to come in and like nuke Tehran or something, or drop like, what do they call these things? These fuel air explosives, the giant ones that are just short of a nuclear weapon, but they're
mother of all bombs.
Yeah, the Moabs. Yeah. We're thinking, oh, okay, the U.S. Air Force is going to come in, because Trump, the way he worded it, it was like, oh, what a shame. They should have signed my deal. And what a shame. All these lives are going to be lost now. And immediately everybody evacuate Tehran. Okay, what's the U.S. Air Force going to come in and drop Moabs? So millions of Iranians evacuated the capital. There was traffic backed up, bumper to bumper traffic for 48 hours. Now, let me ask you, Lev. When an American president issues an evacuation order like that for the capital of Iran, who's going to listen to it and who's going to stay in the capital? The people who are going to listen to it are exactly the same people who you want out in the streets protesting against the regime. Yeah. The people who are going to stay in Tehran and take control of the city are the people who support the regime and maybe are ready to be martyred as supporters of the regime, right? So fucking Trump, from the beginning, sabotaged this operation. I know from multiple sources that there were Israeli commandos on the ground in Tehran who were trained to lead not just protests, but an armed uprising. They had brought assets into the country. They were trained in how to basically tactically guide street protests. And there was an appointed hour when an order was going to be given for these cells to go out and act as catalysts in the street, for then people to, spontaneously join them, okay, and form street demonstrations. Donald Trump, with his evacuation order, scuttled that completely. So this is the first act of sabotage on his part.
What exactly do you think was the goal here for Trump and the people, let's say, behind Trump? Are we seeing the same echoes of the... Yeah.
Okay. We'll come to that. All right. Okay. Let me lay out the facts.
Sure.
And then we'll speculate as to motives. Going back to, what I laid out at the outset. So now the other thing is that, important to consider is that within 48 hours, maybe 72 hours, Israel had accomplished the objectives of destroying the nuclear and missile targets. I mean, the damage that Israel could do to the nuclear infrastructure and the missile targets was done within the first several days. And they also took out almost the entire general staff of the IRGC and some regular military high-ups who are loyal to the regime as well. Then Israel's targets consisted after that of organs of the regime that are responsible for managing the bureaucracy and also repressing the Iranian people. So they went after the ministries. They hit the Ministry of the Interior. You know what the Ministry of the Interior does? The Ministry of the Interior coordinates between provinces and the central government. So if you want to, stage a nationwide uprising, it's important to get rid of the national government's ability to coordinate with the provinces, right? So they took out the Ministry of the Interior. They took out the Ministry of Defense. They took out the Ministry of Justice, which is incredibly symbolic, right? I mean, the Ministry of Injustice is like the main organ for the prosecution and repression of dissidents in Iran. Well, they destroyed the Ministry of Justice and killed the justice minister in the process. They hit the intelligence ministry, and they also hit IRGC intelligence. And then they started bombing security apparatuses, like, for example, the headquarters of the Basij, that militia, repressive militia, anti-riot force that I was talking about earlier. They hit the Basij headquarters. Well, what does that tell you? It tells you that at that point, the goal is regime change. The goal is regime change. They are trying to take out every organ that stands between the Iranian people and they're taking their country back. So, and then there was this rather controversial strike where they also hit Evin prison. They blew the doors off of Evin prison, the worst political prison in Iran, to which some people, have protested, there were all these internal doors inside the prison, and all the guards ran away when the prison was struck by the Israelis. So then the inmates were stuck there without any food or any medical attention for, 48 hours or whatever, until the guards finally came back. Well, I'm sorry, but if the guards were gone for 48 hours, why the fuck didn't ordinary people organize something like the storming of the Bastille and come and liberate their fellow Iranians? That was what Israel was looking for. It's on the Iranian people. If, Israel made it easier for them than the storming of the Bastille, all they had to do was walk in there with the fucking chainsaws and cut the gates open and free the political prisoners. Anyway, look, but of course it didn't help that, Trump had issued evacuation orders for Tehran, and maybe some of the people who would have done something like that had already left the capital. In any case, you can see from the targets that were being, hit after the first 72 hours that Israel's goal was regime change. You had a number of top Israeli officials come out. Not just Netanyahu himself, but also, what's his name? The former prime minister. I'm blanking on his name right now.
And by the way, while Jorjani is looking this up,
Bennett.
if you guys are enjoying the video,
Naftali Bennett.
Naftali Bennett. And for Naftali Bennett,
Naftali Bennett came out, and the former head of the Knesset came out. No, the current head of the Knesset came out, and Gila Gamliel, and they're all directly messaging the Iranian people in both by text and video messages, saying now is your time. We're basically here to facilitate your overthrow of this regime. Now is the time to claim your destiny, get out into the streets, and let us help you liberate yourselves. So the messaging was all consistent, was coming from high-level Israeli officials, and the goal was regime change. Did you find the quote from Trump, the tweet?
I did. Let's pull it up right now. And while I'm pulling it up, I also want to remind everybody, if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to smash that like button, smash the subscribe button. It's all very important that these kind of conversations get supported. And I can't wait, Jason, until you come back to New York City. We're definitely going to have to do a live one in the studio. And all the patrons, if you become a $20 patron, you are going to have access to the show as an audience member there. You'll be able to ask questions and all that good stuff, and the after party afterwards as well. And once again, that's patreon.com/breaktherules. So here is the quote, I believe, over here.
So here's what happens. Okay, let me set this up a little bit more, because there's a lot of misinformation. And also, look, the Israelis have been put in a humiliating position where they have to try not to look like they take orders from America, contrary to what people believe, that, the Israelis are dictating to America or control American policy. No, actually, America often interferes with Israeli policy. And the Israelis, understandably need to maintain an appearance of sovereignty and self-determination. So you had people like Israel Katz, the defense minister, come out and say, if we could have found Khamenei, we would have killed him. We didn't really find him, otherwise we would have. And and Netanyahu himself saying, no, we don't need permission from anybody to kill Khamenei. When we decide to kill him, we'll kill him. Statements like this, right? They're not true. These things are not true. And we know they're not true because of what's on the screen in front of you right now. So, but again, let me set this up a little bit more. The Israelis were getting ready to move into the final phase of their operation, as Trump himself admits here. And I remember very distinctly when Fordo was bombed by the Israelis for the first time, They came and they hit all the roads around Fordo and cut off access to the site. Why? And nobody's talking about this. No, in all this, discussions about Fordo and why did Trump bomb and how much damage was there to the nuclear facilities underground at Fordo, nobody seems to want to remember the fact that, and I posted about it when it happened, the Israelis bombed Fordo first. They bombed all around it, cutting off the access roads and isolating the site. Why do you do something like that? Because they were going to bring a commando team in, and they were going to enter Fordo and blow the whole thing up from the deepest sublevels upwards. They were going to plant explosives all over the site and completely demolish it using a commando team. They called Trump and they told him that they're going to do this. And Trump said, no, don't do it. I'm going to come and I'm going to take it out with B-2s. So, first of all, the strike was less successful than it would have been if it had been done by Israeli commandos. Also, imagine, another operation for the history books. If Israeli commandos had gone in there and had set explosives and blew that place up effectively, right? So Trump goes and he carries out this B-2 strike, which is only partly effective from what I hear. It collapsed the entryways and access tunnels down onto the centrifuges. So the centrifuges are very hard to access, but a lot of the equipment is still undamaged at the lowest levels there. So the strike is less successful than it would have been if Israel had carried it out, number one. But number two, and more importantly, Trump put himself in a position to then dictate a ceasefire to both sides. By entering the United States into the conflict as a belligerent nation, he then put himself in a position to mediate, really to dictate a ceasefire to both sides. And after the ceasefire, by the way, let's all please take a minute to remember that as the ceasefire was being put into effect, Donald Trump went out in front of the entire international media and said that Israel doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. They asked him, what's going on? Is the ceasefire holding? Because the Iranians fired a bunch of missiles at Israel, and the Israelis wanted to retaliate, and Trump told them they weren't allowed to retaliate to the Iranian missile fire. And he is asked, what are they? And he goes, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They've been at war for so long, they don't even know, what they're at war about. So he lowers Israel to the level of the Islamic Republic and has the audacity and temerity to tell the Israelis and their exquisite intelligence services that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Okay? And then, after the ceasefire, Khamenei comes out. Why is this man still alive? Why is he still alive? Okay, we're about to find out why he's still alive. The fucker comes out like, I don't know, I think it was 48 hours after the, maybe it was 24 hours after the ceasefire, 20 to 24, 48 hours of the ceasefire. And he declares victory. He declares victory like 48 hours after the ceasefire. And, oh man, you want to read something delusional. Khamenei's speech about, how victorious Iran was and what massive damage they inflicted on Israel. And, the damage they inflicted on Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Do you know the reality of the strike on Qatar when, after Fordo was bombed and, Natanz and the site in Esfahan were bombed by Trump, the Iranians called the Americans in Qatar and said, we have to show some kind of retaliation. Please let us show some kind of retaliation. So is 1 o'clock okay for us to send the missiles? Is 1 o'clock is okay for you? You'll be ready to intercept them, right? This is what they did. This is the actual fact of what happened. By the way, who's willing to live under a regime like that? I don't care, even if you're, deluded by Islam, and suffer from the Islamic mind virus. Like, how without dignity do you have to be to live under a regime whose military and leadership act in such a fashion? Anyway, so Khamenei comes out and he declares victory. And he tells this completely delusional story about, how much damage was inflicted on Israel and how they destroyed Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and all this. And Trump gets pissed off by this because, of course, Trump is a narcissistic egomaniac, and he gets pissed off by this. So, and by the way, these people who always apologize for Trump's tweets and say, well, he doesn't write his own tweet. No, bullshit. Trump absolutely dictates his own tweets because no social media manager would ever compose tweets that sound like this. Okay? So he gets pissed off, and he gets his Twitter person who he dictates to write this. Why would the so-called supreme leader, I'm going to try not to imitate Trump. I'll really try not to imitate this. Why would the so-called supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, of the war-torn country of Iran, say so blatantly and foolishly that he won the war with Israel when he knows his statement is a lie? It is not so. And then get this line. As a man of great faith, he's not supposed to lie. Moron, have you heard of Taghieh? Taghieh is the Shiite religious doctrine that they can lie about anything they want, whenever they want, if it tactically serves their purposes. The doctrine of dissimulation. What, you don't have advisors that can give you the most basic information about the enemy that you're dealing with? Enemy that's been chanting death to America for 46 years as the core mantra of its regime? As a great man of faith, he's not supposed to lie. His country was decimated. His 3 evil nuclear sites were obliterated. By the way, not true. They were not obliterated. And I knew exactly, okay, here's the important part, which sadly, it shows that Israel Katz and Netanyahu lied. They lied to save face for Israel. And I knew exactly where he was sheltered and would not let Israel or the U.S. armed forces, then he has to go, by far the greatest and most powerful in the world, terminate his life. I knew exactly where he was sheltered and would not let Israel or the U.S. armed forces terminate his life. I saved him from a very ugly and ignominious death. And he does not have to say, thank you, Mr. President Trump. In fact, in the final act of war, get this, in fact, in the final act of war, I demanded that Israel bring back a very large group of planes which were heading directly to Tehran, looking for a big day, perhaps the final knockout. Tremendous damage would have ensued, and many Iranians would have been killed. Yes, the regime supporters. It was going to be the biggest attack of the war by far. During the last few days, I was working on the possible removal of sanctions. So Israel is getting ready to carry out the knockout strike. They're about to go for the jugular. They want to kill Khamenei. They want to bomb the rest of the regime and basically facilitate the Iranian people taking their country back. And he's sitting there planning sanctions relief. He's sitting there designing the policy, which then came out. It hit the media that he wanted to give them $30 billion to rebuild their nuclear program and about $15 billion more in sanctions relief. Just like Obama. Just like Obama. During the last few days, I was working on the possible removal of sanctions and other things which would have given a much better chance to Iran at a full, fast, and complete recovery. The sanctions are biting. But no, instead I get hit with a statement of anger, hatred, and disgust. What did you think, moron? This guy chants death to America every week at his Friday sermons. But no, instead I get hit with a statement of anger, hatred, and disgust and immediately dropped all work on sanctions relief and more. Iran has to get back into the world order flow. Okay, so here you see what I said about Hassan Rouhani. Hassan Rouhani goes to the World Economic Forum and meets with Schwabi. This is what Trump wants. This is what the CIA wants. They want an Islamic Republic of Iran that's part of the world order. They don't want a regime change in Iran. And Trump flat out came and said so. Before this tweet, at the end of the war, he said, I don't want regime change. It would cause too much chaos. And then he was dumb enough to tell his advisors who leaked this that he was afraid Iran would become Libya, which just goes to show, what a fucking ignoramus this man is, and that he has no real advisors around him, probably only sycophants who haven't given him the most minimal education as to why Iran could never become a Libya scenario or an Iraq scenario or an Afghanistan scenario. Okay.
It's also very ironic, by the way, that so many of the Trump supporters are not big fans at all of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, any of these people.
Yes, but Donald Trump is a New York Democrat businessman who was friends with the Clintons. And we'll come back to that. But what it says about MAGA, that this was their candidate, that this man is what America produced as its savior. Okay, it speaks volumes about the American people and the state of the failed American nation. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Completely failed nation, when this is the man who's charged with its resurgence and renovation. So he says, Iran has to get back into the world order flow, or things will only get worse for them. They are always so angry, hostile, and unhappy. And look at what it's gotten them. A burned out, blown up country with no future, decimated military, horrible economy, and death all around them. They have no hope, and it will only get worse. I wish the leadership of Iran would realize you often get more with honey than you do with vinegar. Peace. And by the way, before this, I don't know if we want to pull that tweet up too or whatever, but when he imposed the ceasefire on both Israel, you can take this away now. When he imposed the ceasefire on both Israel and Iran, he said, God bless Iran. And he meant the Islamic Republic. He said, God bless Israel and God bless Iran. And he praised them for having stamina and courage. He praised the Islamic Republic for having stamina and courage. You put in a good fight. You did good for the 12 days. God bless you, really. God bless the Islamic Republic. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Fuck you. Fuck your followers. And fuck the country that thinks someone like you is a savior.
I mean, when it comes to the kind of things that Trump supporters wanted to occur, like I said before, they're not big fans of the WEF by any means. I think that when it comes to the deportations, they do view America as something that they would want to return to a state of hard men making good times. But the problem is that I'm not sure that this isn't even the criticism that a lot of liberals have against the Trump administration when it comes to like, oh, this guy's being too much of a fascist and he's deporting, these poor MS-13 gang members. It's not that. It's more the fact that who are the people who are around Trump? What is this level of incompetence? And also, is it incompetence intentionally so, meaning that there would be people who are behind the incompetence who are actually far more competent than we realize?
I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that Donald Trump is an unstable megalomaniac. He everything is about his ego. He has no principles, no long-term vision, no coherent policies. And the reason why competent advisors cannot prevail upon him to enact, successful, well-formulated policies is because he only surrounds himself with sycophants. That's the problem. I'm convinced this is the case, is that Trump will not tolerate anyone around him who's not a sycophant and who doesn't in some way affirm whatever happens to be his view based on the mood he's in that day. Okay? Now, let me also back up for a minute and remind people of the fact that in the weeks leading up to this war, the same Donald Trump was going to rename the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf. This same Donald Trump was planning to go to Saudi Arabia, and in his speech in Saudi Arabia, he was going to say that the United States recognizes that body of water as the Arabian Gulf, the way that he changed the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And the only reason he didn't do that is because there was such a backlash from Iranians that I think he actually became afraid of what would happen to him if he did that. And so what does he do instead? Instead of just fucking taking some responsibility that you're a moron who had a really bad idea, he goes on stage in front of bin Salman in a completely cocksucking speech where basically he sucked bin Salman's cock for an hour, completely humiliating to the United States and whatever dignity it has left. Oh, I love Muhammad. Muhammad, you know how much I love you, the things I do for you, Muhammad. It was disgusting, okay? Disgusting. And in the midst of that speech, he says, he's about to say Gulf, he's about to mention the Gulf, right? And instead of saying the Persian Gulf or using Arabian Gulf, he goes, the Gulf of Iran. Can you believe they were going to name it that? They were going to call it the Gulf of Iran. They're not going to do that. I stopped them. What the fuck are you talking about? What Iranian politician would ever consider renaming the Persian Gulf the Gulf of Iran? It's insane. He made it up. He just made it up because this guy just makes shit up. He made it up on the spot to protect his ego. This is the kind of person we're dealing with. This is a person whose finger is on the nuclear button in the United States. Complete unstable lunatic with no values, no ethos.
But you're still talking about Trump, this politician, not so much about whoever may be behind the scenes. Right. So I want to eventually get to Mamdani as well, and like all these people who have been entrenched deep inside the United States government. But just as a general understanding of what exactly is going on here, on one hand, we're seeing a lot of incompetency, but on the other hand, there's this idea that, well, surely there have to be some people behind the scenes who are secretly puppeteering everything else. So
100%. Yeah. You see, but they go hand in hand. When you have a man who has no ethos and who's so unstable, he also can be very easily manipulated. If you know how to push the right buttons and feed his ego the right way, okay, he can also implement whatever your agenda is. That's how Trump became president, Operation Warp Speed. Let's remember that. Donald Trump is the president of forced mandatory mRNA COVID vaccinations, which have poisoned Lord knows how many people at this point, including children who wound up, dropping dead from myocarditis and, healthy athletes collapsing in the middle of sports fields. That was Donald Trump, who carried out the deep state agenda of mandatory mRNA vaccination because people like Fauci and company told him to do so. People in the deep state have figured out the formula for manipulating this guy. And, when he's saying that he doesn't want regime change in Iran because Iran would become like Libya, whatever, it's probably because there are deep state actors around him, coiled around him like a boa constrictor, basically getting this guy to carry out their agenda, right? Snake charmers might be a better analogy for them. In any case, you can judge by the effects what the motivations are. And they go back to exactly what I was saying at the outset of our conversation. These people are trying to save the Islamic Republic yet again, because their worst nightmare is that as we approach the technological singularity, as we're on the brink of the spectral revolution, Iran suddenly flips 180 degrees and becomes a rabidly anti-Islamic futurist country, all about the protection of individual liberty with a cosmopolitan vision for human development. That's the last thing they need. In a country that is the most strategically located country in the world, the gateway between China and Europe and India and Russia and Africa. And Iran is the most strategically located country in the world, literally sitting on top of the global petroleum choke point of the Strait of Hormuz. And I'll tell you one other thing that's incredibly relevant from a strategic standpoint. Iran is one of the most high altitude countries in the world. Okay. So one of the ways in which this global deindustrialization agenda is going to be implemented is that there is going to be a catastrophic global sea level rise. Now, I can't tell you exactly how it's going to happen, but I can tell you that all of the best remote viewers have seen it. And remote viewing is a scientifically validated technical protocol. All of the best remote viewers have seen this. The sea level will rise approximately 200 feet within the next 30 years. It will drown all of the world's coastal cities. Most of the major cities in the world are coastal cities or cities built next to rivers, and they are all going to go underwater. Okay? Remote viewers have seen this, and they've seen a world with about between 2/3 and 3/4 of the population is gone within 20 to 30 years. Okay? So there's a mass extinction type event, and the sea levels will rise by about 200 feet. All of Iran's major cities are located on what's called the Iranian plateau, thousands of feet above sea level. Okay? People often criticize Iran for this. They say, you have all this Persian Gulf coastline. Why don't you use Persian Gulf coastline? And then this idiot president of the Islamic Republic, Pezeshkian, recently proposed this plan to make a new capital for Iran along the Makran coast of Iran, like after the Strait of Hormuz, right, in the Gulf of Oman, before you go into the Persian Gulf. That move the capital to there because, Iran has no big coastal cities, and that's bad for international trade and all this. Well, guess what? Exactly what people think is a liability is going to become Iran's greatest asset, where while America and Europe and East Asia are devastated, all of the main Iranian cities will be perfectly fine. Okay? And the planners know this. The high-level planners know this. The deepest stratum of the CIA, who came up with remote viewing in the United States, the CIA at the Stanford Research Institute, early 1970s. So they are afraid of an Iran that becomes even more geostrategically significant after this catastrophic sea level rise, for example, and an Iran that is ideologically 180 degrees opposed to their agenda of global deindustrialization, quasi-feudal social organization, and above all, a perennialist unification of world religions that reveres Mohammed together with Jesus and Krishna. Okay? The Iran that has reclaimed the heritage of Zarathustra and of Mithraism is not going to reconcile itself to that agenda. In fact, it will become a bastion for a global resistance struggle against the Nordic overlords. That's what this is about right now. So when people, they can't connect the dots and do the math, they think, Jorjani for 2 weeks, all he's talking about is what happened to, his concerns with UFOs and technological advancements. People, it's all connected. And in fact, I don't care about Iran because I happen to be genetically, of paternal Persian descent. I care about Iran because it's vital to the human future. And I would have reached the same conclusion even if I were, born in Paris. Okay? And this makes another really important point that the Iranian people have to understand. The Iranian people. It's good that you want to have self-determination. Look, you've had 46 years to form some kind of a more representative government in Iran. And after 46 years under a theocratic totalitarian regime, the will to self-determination is very understandable. But what Iranians have to understand also is that they have a historic responsibility and a world historical destiny. The world needs Iran. Everyone in the world who's still committed to progress and innovation and creativity and the expansion of humanity out into the cosmos, instead of being forcibly reset and stuck again within this regressive control system, everyone who's still committed to Sepantaminu in the world needs Iran and cannot do without Iran. And that's certainly true of Israel and the people of Israel. There is no scenario in which Israel and the Jews survive without a new Iran. No scenario. I'm telling you right now, I'm going on record and telling you this right now. There will not be one Jew left on this planet 30 years from now unless there's a successful regime change in Iran. These same Nordic overlords, these same people who created the Nazi-controlled American deep state, they intend to wipe the Jews out. It is their plan. And the state of Israel, as they know full well, will never accept a perennialist world order that valorizes Mohammed and Jesus Christ. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Okay? And they know that. And Israel has a lot of nuclear weapons. But, when they decide to use the Samson option, for how long? For how long? The world already hates you. Anti-Semitism is higher in Europe today than it was in 1933 when the Nazis came to power. Okay? So there's no hope for the Jews unless they can win Iran back and have a country that's 10 times the size of Israel with a population that's overwhelmingly pro-Israel, okay, to be their big brother and a place where Jews can live in peace and safety, right? That is an existential imperative for Israel. And if you want to see, a very dark sort of sci-fi scenario for how the alliance between the new Iran and Israel would unfold, you can look at my novella Artemis Unveiled, where I portray exactly the scenario of how a Promethean Persia becomes the protector of the Jews during this convergence of global catastrophes.
And it is true that we're seeing things today, especially for venues like TikTok, where a lot of younger people have been specifically indoctrinated in this strange combination of loving Islam, as well as a lot of these leftist policies, and extremely hating Israel in this very guttural level, something that they would never, for example, give to a Russia that has been carpet bombing villages and cities in Syria, killing who knows how many, babies and toddlers and children. So there has been, I think, a specific coordination here between China, between, who would you say, between the CIA? Obviously, if we're talking about the Nordics, they would be the people who would be at the top of this whole thing.
Let me share something
Sure.
very dark with you. Let me share something very dark with you as a direct response to this question. A CIA officer who I had conversations with in the context of the disclosure, what do you want to call it? The Disclosure Disinformation Project. The CIA officer revealed to me in the context of conversation about UFOs that in the 1990s, the CIA was having, let's see, how can I put it? The CIA was forcing Israel to ship a certain percentage of the state-of-the-art military equipment that we were sending to Israel to China. Okay, so we would send fighter jets and radar systems and all of our state-of-the-art shit that we share with Israel. We were sending it to Israel, but we had a condition. CIA, specifically CIA. That you Israelis have to rebox this shit and you have to send it to a warehouse in China. And there was the CIA operative stationed in the warehouse in China to confirm receipt of the hardware coming from Israel. And the Israelis were like, what the fuck are you people doing? Why? Why should we send this to China? It's your strategic rival. And the CIA's position was, if you don't ship this subset of this hardware to China, we won't give you any of it. That's accomplishing two objectives. It's very clear to me what was going on. Number one, the CIA is responsible for the military rise of China. The whole thing is a game. It's a game. Look, these people incinerated 3,000 of their own citizens on 9/11. Go read all the work put out by scholars for 9/11 Truth, chemists, physicists, structural engineers. Go read the books of David Ray Griffin, Joseph Farrell. 9/11 was an inside job perpetrated by these same people. They have no allegiance to the founding ideals of this country or any kind of respect for the Constitution of the United States. And they run this country. And so it shouldn't come as a terrible surprise that they created the power that is China today. And what they intend to destroy the United States They intend to collapse the United States the way the Soviet Union collapsed, and then to facilitate the rise of China and Chinese economic and social dominance of the United States. It's all part of this perennialist plan, because the Chinese are the perfect vehicle for a totalitarian, ubiquitous surveillance, neo-feudal, regressive, collectivistic society. Okay? And the social planners at the highest level know this, and they've been trying to do this shit since Henry Kissinger was in office with Richard Nixon, which, by the way, has a lot to do with Iran and how Iran was derailed, because Nixon was very close to the Shah. They were personal friends, and Nixon wanted to see Pahlavi Iran develop nuclear weapons of its own, and a lot of things were derailed by Henry Kissinger, who undermined Nixon, and ultimately, and I can unpack this in the Q&A shortly if anyone wants to go back to this subject, but ultimately the reason Watergate was basically set up, the reason that Nixon was set up for the Watergate scandal was because Nixon continuing to be president would have prevented the plan for Iran and for regime change in Iran. That's the main reason that the CIA set up President Nixon to remove him from office through the Watergate scandal. In any case, the reason that came up is Kissinger, because Henry Kissinger he was toward the top of this food chain before the motherfucker finally died after I don't know how much adrenochrome they kept feeding him to keep him alive for years, in any case, we tell the Israelis to ship all this shit to China. Why? Two objectives. One, it facilitated the rise of China. But number two, at a time of our choosing, we can say, look, the Jews sold us out. We sold them all the state-of-the-art hardware, and these traitorous Jews went and gave it to China. It's a setup. It's a setup. And this is not the only one of these types of setups. The Israeli intelligence services are incredibly competent, as we can see from Operation Rising Lion. I mean, the things that they have been able to do inside. They set up drone production factories in Iran. For years, the Israelis had set up drone production. They were manufacturing hundreds of drones inside Iran, working with Iranians who were working for free, because they wanted to work for Mossad, just out of, a hope that their country can be liberated, and also working with paid Afghanis. These fucking Islamic Republic, officials have flooded Iran with Afghani migrants because they know these are religious retards. And since they've lost the support of the Iranian people, they hope to increase their demographic support base with these Afghani migrants. And they also recruit them into the Basij, into riot suppression forces, you see? But they didn't realize that these Afghanis will take anybody's money. So the Mossad paid these Afghanis, and they were manning these, drone production factories in Iran for years. So a lot of the strikes that took place during Operation Rising Lion were strikes on Iranian territory from inside Iranian territory by Israeli drones manufactured in Iranian territory. Wow. That was a Mossad operation. So anyway, but my point was, yes, the Mossad are incredibly competent. Shin Bet, Israeli intelligence services in general are excellent. That doesn't mean they can't also be penetrated. And they have been. And we know that from what happened on October 7th. We know that. I've spoken about it before. So, the tail is not wagging the dog here, okay? It's Israel that's being bullied and pushed around by people who ultimately have as part of their agenda the annihilation and total liquidation of the Jews.
Ironically, the Iranian Muslim leadership calls Israel the little Satan, right? And America the big Satan.
I think America's lost its standing. It's lost the right to be considered the great Satan. I think Israel maybe for now can have the honorary title of great Satan until Iran becomes rightfully the great Satan, and then Israel can become the little Satan to us.
I mean, so far though, Jason, people still want to go to America to have a better life, to have a good job and all of that stuff. At the moment, I'm not saying that that's going to be the case. But what I'm curious about is in terms of just practicality here. If we're dealing with the Zoomers, if we're dealing with Gen Alpha and Gen Beta and whatever's coming up next, these do not seem to be people who would be good peasants, like working, tilling the land, things like that.
They're going to be dead. They're going to be dead. They're all going to be dead. We're going to lose 80% of the world's population in the next 40 years. And that's going to include all these incompetent young people in America. The people who will be left in America are going to be the relatively rural people and people from cities in the South who are more religious and, you know, live a more rugged lifestyle, but also believe in retardation like evangelical Christianity. And also some of the tradcaths who have adopted already a more country-based, you know, traditional lifestyle. Those are the people left. Something between 50 and 60% of the American population is going to go bye-bye.
I don't know if you've heard of the term Hicklib, but there are, even within what would be considered to be red states, there would be these very leftist-oriented young people today. They would not be living next to the coast. So why would they all of a sudden buy the farm, even if they are pretty incompetent when it comes to dealing with life?
I don't think I grasped the question.
Sure. Well, you're saying that there's going to be a certain amount of young people, a big amount of young people that's just going to go bye-bye. If we're talking about the situations going on in the coast 30 years from now, as you were talking about, that will be one way.
Sooner than 30 years, but anyway,
okay,
go ahead.
Sure, but as far as the young people who are also brain damaged that are living, you know, deeper, you know, in the South and Texas and you know, Montana, whatever, like there are still these hicklibs that watch TikTok all day. Yeah. They're there, so why would they not continue to be there and be part of this whole thing?
Because the supply chain and the federally managed infrastructure of the United States is going to collapse. Large parts of the power grid are going to collapse. And people who are not capable of a rugged, you know, self-reliant life are not going to make it. And there's going to be a lot of looting and a lot of killing involving some of the large minority populations in this country, raiding some of those people. And there's going to be horrible ethnic violence, racial conflict, and so on and so forth. These things are going to happen. And, you know, let me just take the opportunity just to make it relevant to Iran again, that this is one of the problems with the Mufti agenda that is being prepared by bureaucrats for Reza Pahlavi. The National Union for Democracy in Iran, National Union for Democracy in Iran. It's a group of technocrats who've come up with something called the Iran Prosperity Project. And they're basically the bureaucratic apparatus around Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. The vice president and most vigorous member of this organization is a former employee of BlackRock. He's coming from out of BlackRock. Okay, you get the picture? Okay. The problem with these people and the agenda they're prepared for, you know, Crown Prince Pahlavi, is that none of it accounts for either the convergent advancements in technology that are going to lead to the technological singularity or the engineered catastrophes that are going to prevent us from reaching the technological singularity. So we have only two scenarios, understand? And by the way, somebody who knows this very well is Peter Thiel. If you listen to Peter Thiel, you have to read between the lines. He's a very duplicitous person. And you have to read between the lines, and you can see that he understands this perfectly well. There are two futures. One, we go toward the singularity, and that's going to completely upset any normal economic planning of the type that an organization like Mufti is preparing for Pahlavi. On the other hand, we're going to be prevented from reaching the technological singularity through engineered catastrophes that deindustrialize the planet, drastically reduce the population, impose perennialism on, you know, largely regressive, provincial, conservative people who are left in the world, okay? And the reality is probably some interplay between these two scenarios. The reality of what's going to happen is probably we're going to head toward the singularity, and then there's going to be some engineered catastrophes, and then there are going to be attempted breakouts to still move toward the singularity, and it's going to be some mess of these two possible trajectories colliding, okay? Under those conditions, long-term plans of the kind that are being written by Mufti are irrelevant, to say the least. And if you want to see, man, I'm so bad with self-promotion. I meant to mention my Substack. This is,
it's in the description.
And a few times throughout, I was going to mention my Substack, and I completely forgot. If you want to see a more innovative, more outside-the-box approach to reconstructing the Iranian economy, and also, ideas for a really radical evolution of Iranian society, but that are practical proposals, take a look at my Substack. I've come out recently with a number of articles. I've been preparing for this situation. I knew this was going to come, and I've been preparing for it. And there's one piece on rebuilding Iran's economy. There's another piece on rebuilding Iran's society. And there are interesting proposals there in terms of building what are called praxis cities and seasteads, a network of new cities in Iran that incorporate the archaeological ruins of important heritage sites and that are interconnected by a blockchain-based network state, where then you start to have a movement of all of the most progressive, innovative people in Iran into these new cities and away from older cities, but new cities that encompass important heritage sites, okay? And there's a whole motivation and agenda behind that. So take a look at my Substack. Right now, obviously, for certain reasons, the focus has been on Iran. But, from the time that I started using this Substack as my principal platform, there's been articles on parapsychology, ufology, various aspects of philosophy, and so forth. And I intend to make this, I already have made it, my principal platform for my writing for some time to come. Anyway, what was I saying when we got into that? The Mufti plan, long-term. Now, the Mufti bureaucrats are fine for an interim transitional government plan. Fine. Write the freaking 100-day plan. I get it. There needs to be a plan. Reza Pahlavi needs to sign off on it, be the figurehead for it. Fine. What actually becomes the economic and social restructuring of Iran after the transition is successfully completed, that's another story. And we'll deal with that when we're back inside Iran.
But as far as being back inside Iran, what are the chances that this is going to succeed, where we know what exactly we're up against over here when it comes to Trump, the CIA, when it comes to these Islamists? So for now, we have not really seen. I know that today we were talking about there being some protests. Those protests seem to be more because of a killing that occurred, a response to that. How many of those were going on in Iran before and how many will continue afterwards? It's not really the same as, the kind of regime change that we're looking for here. So what exactly, what are the odds here?
Another reason why I'm absolutely outraged at Donald Trump is because his abortion of the very methodically planned Israeli regime change has resulted in thousands of Iranians right now being rounded up as potential collaborators with Israel. Hundreds of people are being arrested, and people are expecting mass executions on the scale of what happened at the end of the Iran-Iraq War, okay? Back in 1988, when thousands of political prisoners were killed. So what Trump did, it's like an unsuccessful domestic abuse intervention or something, where you go, like the police come to some house where like some woman and child are being terrorized by a brute, and instead of rescuing the woman and child, they leave them in that situation, and after the police are gone, the abuser winds up terrorizing them even worse. You see, this is what Trump has done to the Iranian nation that is the hostage of this regime. He has left them to be brutalized in a worse security atmosphere than existed before this operation. The job needed to be finished. You cannot leave a half-finished job here. It's going to be worse than if it never took place. And again, I put the blame squarely on Trump and the American government, not Israel. Israel did the best that it could do. Israel also needs to think about its own survival when, the only mediocre support it has left from any country in the world is from the United States government, unfortunately. So they're constrained. Now, despite the fact that they're constrained, they've made it very clear they left a lot of operatives in Iran. Mossad is still all over Iran, and there are even Israeli commandos that did not come home. They're in Iran. And meanwhile, Reza Pahlavi is organizing this opposition convention in Europe. If I could offer a few words of unsolicited advice to the Crown Prince, this is not the time for a convention. You need to form a transitional government in exile and take the responsibility of starting to hand out official positions. He doesn't like to do that because he doesn't want to be seen as, a dictator, No, it's time to form a proper transitional government in exile. Anyway, there is this opposition conference that he's organizing in Europe where I suppose it is the first stage of the formation of some kind of a, transitional regime that can take power in Iran. And meanwhile, these Israeli commandos are prepared to facilitate and amplify any movement on the part of the Iranian people. And hopefully the result of the increased repression will be that people will, be incensed and react to these arrests and these murders with more protests of the kind that we saw today, where, the more they crack down on people, the more they kill people, the more people are ready to rise up against the regime. Let's hope that that's the direction that it goes in. And definitely Israel will facilitate it if that's the direction it goes in. And then the other very important element in here, which again was the first subject that we broached in the conversation, is that there are mass defections taking place from out of the Iranian military. Really, a lot of people in the IRGC are reaching out both to Mossad and also to the Crown Prince, who opened up a line as well for people within the military and security services to reach out to him before it's too late for them to be pardoned and to be considered as part of the solution rather than as part of the problem, you see. So the possibility of some kind of a military coup taking place is also significant and will be, I think, integral to any successful regime change.
And as you were saying before, Jason, the amount of retarded leaders that have been put into positions of power in Iran, as well as in the United States, let's say, that's a double-edged sword. Because on one hand, these would be the people that would embrace more of this dogmatism, traditionalism. But on the other hand, these are also people that, in the case of Iran, Israel was able to do Looney Tunes style attacks on and get a lot of people that way. So as far as looking into the future here, that may be one silver lining, that the people who are around right now in positions of leadership, their own incompetence means, yes, subservience to traditionalism, but at the same time, that may also leave the opportunity for people who are sound of mind to be able to run rings through them. So I don't know what you think of that.
I hope it's true, Lev. I can only hope that that's how that dynamic will work out. Let's go to Q&A.
Let's go. Yeah, let's do the super chats. And by the way, the very first, before that, make sure everybody smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, and like I always say, patreon.com/breaktherules. I'm putting that link in the chat as well right now. Everybody go there. And by the way, the very first super chat that I'm going to say is from our good sponsor here at Break the Rules, King of Biltong, Anton's Biltong, $30. Taste our authentic Angus and Wagyu beef biltong, premium air-dried with bold, savory flavors. Biltong is a high-protein, low-carb snack. Order at biltongusa.com. BTR, that's the code BTR for 10% off. I'm going to link it in the chat as well. And I actually have right over here some of the biltong that was sent. So these are the biltong sticks. They're absolutely delicious. They've got some nice fat around them. You know the saying, Jason, chewing the fat? You're definitely going to be able to chew the fat when you eat these. And also, Anton has been absolutely a mensch to send me this delicious tribal coffee. I also got this one that says over here, we produce and source our coffee beans from within the fertile volcanic soils of the Western Highlands province of Papua New Guinea. Our coffee brings out the exquisite rich taste of the region's coffee, known for its high citrus, zesty fragrance with dry cocoa notes. It is a perfectly balanced cup of premium PNG 100% Arabica mountain coffee, suited for all your drinking occasions. So there we go. I'm putting the link in the chat, everybody. Make sure to go to Biltong USA right now, code word BTR at checkout. You're going to save 10% off and free shipping. So anyway, with that commercial being said, I'm going to go to the super chats over here. We have Spectral Valkyrie, good friend of the show, $10. Israel loves Iran. Iran loves Israel. Thank you very much for that. So over here we have Aaron Clark, 10 pounds. You know, if the various afterlives are a deception, I find that the lie feels like an easier time. Yet perhaps that is precisely the problem with my programming. I feel uneasy by reincarnation, sadly. Any thoughts?
Look, We've talked about the Nordics from the beginning of the program. We did broach the subject of UFO disclosure and the technological singularity. So they're relevant. They're relevant in the context of why it's so important to save Iran, to free Iran, and to allow Iran to protect the cause of progress in the world. Protect the cause of progress in the world. That having been said, I want to stay close to that subject matter. The only thing I'll say about this in a way that actually does connect is that, again, as I said regarding the spectral revolution, advancements toward the technological singularity and also increased UFO. You see this very clearly with the people coming from out of Lockheed. First, David Grush, and then the Skywatcher people, right? The psionic teams that Lockheed has had for decades, psionic teams. So the people inside these, what do you want to call them? Flying saucer engineering programs and whatever, flying triangle program, these electrogravitic programs, they also are using psi, and psi is also part of the guidance system for some of these craft. And they're using psi to summon these craft and then down them and reverse engineer them as well. So point being, what I call the spectral revolution, namely mainstream scientific recognition of psi and the attendant catastrophic transformation of society by that, okay, through large-scale cultivation of telepathy and telekinesis and so on and so forth. These things are all integral to the technological singularity and to resisting the kind of hierarchical, neo-feudal system that wants to keep singularity technologies away from us. Now, I don't want to get too spooky in this context right now, but I'll just briefly say that if you read my book, Closer Encounters, you'll see that I make a case that these Nordic overlords are also able to control or at least hack and influence the transition between death and rebirth. In other words, death is not an escape from their control system. Death is not an escape from their control system. You see it very clearly in cases like the Betty Andreasen Luca case, where Betty Andreasen is basically abducted and told that the Nordics are the angels and that they control the Greys and they control the afterlife and all the shit. In fact, I'll reveal to the audience that I am working, in addition to the articles that I'm writing on Substack, I am working on another major book project. And as per this gentleman's question, the book project is about the afterlife. It is a comprehensive, detailed, philosophical study informed by the whole range of parapsychological evidence relevant to understanding the afterlife, and the transition between death and rebirth. So there's going to be a lot more in that book about that aspect of the control system that we're ensconced in than there was in Closer Encounters. And to bring it back to Iran, the only country in the world which can even conceivably create a scientific and technical system to give us autonomy again over our own souls in the transition between death and rebirth is Iran. The kind of Iran that I want to see after this transition, built up over the course of the next generation, over the next 30 years or so, is an Iran that becomes the world leader in parapsychological scientific research and in psychotronic technological development. And I offer some glimpses of that in my novella Artemis Unveiled. And they involve the moon, because Artemis, the moon is the cover of that book, right? In that book, I reveal that the moon is integral to a control system that also manipulates what we call souls, the informational psychical matrices of our personality that survive what appears to be bodily death. And the moon is a structure that's integral to that control system. And, in Artemis Unveiled, I have a whole, fictional scenario of what an Iran-based resistance against that would look like.
Now we have two super chats from notorious BTR troll Ricardo Williams. But I think that there is a way to talk about these things where we do gain something from it. So one of these over here, can you name a single individual Nordic alive today? Just one. So, he's asking for receipts when it comes to Nordics. But another way to say this, let's say in my words, is if somebody were to go on this mission of discovering like the actual people who we're talking about here, whether they're in Colorado or somewhere like that, what would be the steps, and are they even possible? Or maybe it's impossible to do it?
No, it's not impossible. But do you seriously believe that if you're engaged by these Nordics, they're going to offer their real names? If you go look back at the accounts from Adamski and George Hunt Williamson and Van Tassel in the 1950s, it's obvious that they were all using fake names when they approached these people. I mean, the names sound ridiculous, like Valiant Thor,
Yeah.
They use it, or like the Mr. Janus in the case of Horsley, right? I mean, Horsley is he has unimpeachable credentials. I mean, the guy was a very high level British military and political official, very close to the crown. And, he tells this story very clearly about how he was engaged by this couple. And both names are fake. Miss Markham is also undoubtedly an alias. Both Mr. Janus and Miss Markham. Of course, these people are not going to use their real names, So what kind of ridiculous question is that? Now, in terms of trying to find them, like, for example, let's say if you were apprised of information that they were living in a certain region of the country and knew even maybe what towns they might be living in, and you go try to dig up what name they're using on their mailbox and shit like that, I don't recommend it. Because as I said earlier, these people are profoundly psychic and they're going to see you coming from a mile away. And, unless you have some very practical purpose for why you want to do that, I think it would be incredibly stupid.
And are there any photos of them on the internet, or have they been able to successfully avoid that whole thing?
We have to assume if there are people living in, let's say, the Rockies, and their kids go to school at local schools and, maybe are stars on the basketball team, we have to assume that there are pictures of them. How would you tell them apart? They look like very attractive, fit, tall Scandinavian people. I have this story. This story. Did I ever tell you? I'm sure I told you this. I don't know if I've ever told it on air, though. I probably have told it. I don't want to bore the audience, but very, very, very long story short, I had this very skeptical, very nuts and bolts, down to earth philosophy of technology teacher. He was the leading person in philosophy of technology in the United States, Don Idy, chair of my doctoral dissertation committee. And I became friends with him. I became, actual friends with him, and, used to house sit his pets. And I was there with him after his son committed suicide. And anyway, he's passed on now. But Don was a very down-to-earth guy. He was from Kansas. And he was very skeptical of the parapsychology aspects of my dissertation. I had to have other advisors of mine help with, convincing him on, or at least, nudging him on those things. Anyway, he tells me the story that he goes to the opera at Christmas time in New York with his wife. They have the performances of these, like, Handel's Messiah and, these major orchestral pieces that are appropriate for the solstice, right? And he goes there to the Metropolitan Opera at Lincoln Center. And now Don was 6'3" or something, 6'5", I think. Don was tall. And he all of a sudden notices that there are all these people in the audience that are a lot taller than him, including women taller than him. And they all look like Scandinavian supermodels. Now understand, this guy, like I said, salt of the earth, Kansas guy, was very skeptical of the parapsychology stuff in my dissertation. Not a guy who's going to make up any shit. And he looks around and but then he gets into the performance and he kind of, doesn't think about it. And then at the end of this orchestral piece, these people get up and he realizes how tall they actually are. And as he's filing out together with the rest of the audience and they come out into the central plaza of Lincoln Center, he looks around and he sees there are all these black limousines parked around there. Now, number one, if you're a New Yorker, any native New Yorker knows this, it's almost impossible to do that. To park, multiple cars around that area, heavily trafficked area, waiting for people to come out of the theater performance with the doors open, the doors of the black limousines open, waiting for these people to come out. And he said he watched as these 7-foot-tall people leisurely walked toward their limos, men and women, and got in and drove away. A whole bunch of them.
Wow. One advice I would give to Ricardo Williams is that if he really wants to seek out the truth about these Nordics, he should go to Colorado. He should visit all the high schools, just walk in there and just examine the students, take photos of them. And I'm sure that's going to be a very successful mission.
Yeah. Don said to me, it was the damnedest thing I ever seen in my life. I tell you, it was the damnedest thing I ever seen in my life.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So over here we have from I Muhammad, how does the Prometheist ethos differ in social outcomes from accelerationist anarchism? How might it compare to a global perennialist model like a post-singularity Mr. Rogers Federation?
He lost me at post-singularity Mr. Rogers Federation. But okay, in terms of accelerationist anarchism, look, most of these accelerationists are materialists. And so that's obviously one way in which it would differ. I've laid out an ontology and epistemology that totally deconstructs materialism. And so while I'm not embracing idealism or dualism, okay, and in that way, my, thought departs from the brunt of Gnostic systems that have been developed throughout history. While I'm not embracing idealism or dualism, I have totally deconstructed materialism, and the spectral ontology and epistemology that's, at the core of my work, in that way is a different grounding than the materialist underpinnings of accelerationism. Like, for example, well, let me not get into specific details. And then anarchism, well, let me say one more thing about the difference there, is that consonant with my deconstruction of materialism, there's also obviously a significant concern with the human cultural heritages and the potential for growth that's implicit in various mythological and spiritual worldviews, right? So accelerationists tend to reject all of history, and they want to have a tabula rasa, clean slate approach to future development. Whereas obviously, if I'm embracing the symbol of Prometheus and drawing from various world mythologies, I think that a constructive, innovative appropriation of more than one human cultural heritage is necessary for the right kind of future development. And that aspect of my work is a development from out of Heidegger's idea of historical destiny, of how a people needs its vision of the future and its unfolding of its destiny to be grounded in the right kind of dynamic appropriation of its heritage. And so that's, I'd say, another major divergence with typical accelerationism. And then finally, and by the way, that was also Nietzsche's position, when Nietzsche laid out these three modes of history: critical history, and antiquarian history, and then what he favored, monumental history. He was also saying that the branches of a people's destiny as it reaches toward the sun in continual growth forward into the future requires the roots of the tree to be deeply planted and nourished in the soil of a particular cultural historical heritage. So I believe that. And, obviously throughout my works, whether it's in Prometheus and Atlas and Prometheism, or whether it's in Iranian Leviathan and World State of Emergency, I've been drawing on the whole range of the Aryan cultural heritage in particular, both Western and Iranian.
And as far sorry,
anarchism. Let me completely.
Yes.
So anarchism. There are definitely anarchist aspects of my work. I mean, if anyone's read me with any seriousness, they can see that as much as I've been accused of being a Nazi and a fascist and this and that and whatever else, and as much as I am a Zionist, there are anarchist aspects to my work, for sure. But it has to be understood in terms of arche. Arche means principle in Greek. Like, principles, like in the sense of eidos, Platonic forms, and governing principles in the cosmos, right? So-called laws of nature. So my work at a deep level involves epistemological and ontological anarchism, not just like political anarchy. No, epistemic anarchy of the kind you see in, let's say, Paul Feyerabend's writings in the philosophy of science, or actually even in Charles Fort, to the extent that Fort engages in some kind of ontological and epistemic speculation around the empirical evidence for the paranormal that he's presenting.
And you also, in your Substack, which we definitely have to plug a lot more of, you write about the difference between having a dogmatic morality enforced by certain religious norms versus having ethics. And you talk about ethics as being the individualized, the individuated form versus the morality through religion.
Absolutely. And, who brought that into world history was Zarathustra. As far, I'm sure it existed in Atlantis as well, obviously. It was the ethos of the rebel Atlanteans. But as far as we can reconstruct in world history, that begins with the Gathas of Zarathustra and this whole idea of the Farvahar and the free choice of the individual to become his or her best self and to be guided by his or her Dana. Dana is the idea of like your inner conscience and deepest discernment, and the choice to listen to your conscience on the way to embodying your most perfected form into the future, which is this Farbahar. So these ideas are Iranian in origin, as far as we can tell from world history.
So, by the way, we have over here from Gnostic Informant, good friend of the show. Trump is like Dionysus I of Sicily, and Jorjani is Plato. Hopefully, Dionysus II, Barron, is more receptive. I don't know. I mean, Barron does resemble more of a leader than, the two Trump sons, but I don't know. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, Barron Trump is never going to, engage with me on any level whatsoever after the things that I have absolutely justifiably said about his father. So that's not going to happen. The world where, I became some kind of a philosophical mentor to Barron Trump is no longer the timeline that we're on.
Well, out of curiosity, did Alexander the Great still respect his father after the fact, or was there tension that started growing between the two that was never resolved?
Very interesting point, Lev.
I'm just saying.
That possibility. That's fascinating. Anyway, let's just bracket that.
And by the way, his mom, Barron's mom, very similar, even location-wise, like where she's from, to Olympus, the mom of Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
But anyway, and also speaking of Gnostic Informant, I saw a wonderful show that he had yesterday where they were talking about how similar a lot of the pagan religions were to what ended up as Judaism and then Christianity and so far, in the fact that Bart Ehrman, if you're familiar with him, he was talking about how, the pagans, they didn't have any sense of morality or, welcoming of the stranger and all of that, while these other ones did. While what Neil was talking about there was that Bart's statements were complete BS.
Totally.
But of course, they had, there was a specific term for how you should welcome strangers into your land. But then that still hits upon the rock of, is that necessarily the direction we want to go to? Because that's not individuation either. That's more of a way for the masses to subscribe to a certain, Anyway.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is worth belaboring this point that, well, first of all, Bart Ehrman is an incredibly superficial scholar, and I agree with Neil completely, on that. I read Bart Ehrman many years ago, when I was teaching comparative religion. I used to teach comparative religion, actually, believe it or not. Anyway, in addition to philosophy, the history of philosophy. And anyway, look, here's what I want to say, though, is that it's worth belaboring the point that when I adopt the symbol of Prometheus, it's not like I'm trying to create some cult around a pagan god. First of all, he wasn't a god, he was a titan. But Prometheus, in my philosophical corpus, is a symbol of the kind that Prometheus was for Karl Marx. Okay? Marx, who I agree with when he says that religion is an opiate for the people that really needs to be wiped off the earth for alienation to end and for people to truly be free and to live as individuals. There is an aspect of my work that really very much aligns with certain things that Marx developed from out of Hegel. And so Prometheus, to me, is ultimately a secular and humanistic symbol. You could say a superhumanistic symbol, all right? A symbol of a kind of superhumanism. It's not like I want to create some religion. If anyone anyone is, suffering from that delusion, just forget about it right now, okay? And by the same token, I do not want to see any kind of Zoroastrian Orthodox church develop in Iran. I think it would be the worst thing that could possibly happen after this regime is gone, for Iran to somehow revert to Zoroastrianism in some Orthodox way. If you want to see my extensive critique of the Zoroastrian Orthodox religion of the Sassanid period, read Iranian Leviathan, I basically take Ardashir Babakan apart, the founder of the Sassanid dynasty and also the founder of the religion of Zoroastrianism. Okay? I show in what ways this person was a regressive, patriarchal, conservative persecutor who, even persecuted Buddhists, let alone, these more, not he himself, but the orthodoxy that he established and the model of, priesthood that he established, the mobeds of this, Orthodox Zoroastrianism. They went on to, massacre the Mazdakites, these libertine Gnostics, and persecute Manichaeans and persecute Buddhists. Yeah. Horrible. Actually, a very strong argument can be made, and I have made it in Iranian Leviathan, that the damage that Zoroastrian orthodoxy did to Iranian society in the Sassanid period is what opened the way for the Islamic conquest. It is what, weakened Iranian society and turned it against itself in a way that led to the Islamic conquest of Iran. So the last thing I want to see is Zoroastrianism come back in Iran as an organized religion. No, Zarathustra was a philosopher. He was the first philosopher in recorded history, and his philosophical vision, incredibly revolutionary, forward-thinking philosophical vision, impacted the cosmopolitan, constructive governance of both the Achaemenids and the Parthians. So when we say that the Parthians were Mithraists, very clearly Mithraists, it doesn't mean that they weren't influenced by Zarathustra. No, absolutely. They incorporated Ahura Mazda and Ahriman and all of this. They built on Zarathustra. And, look, Zarathustra himself would be the first person to tell you that you're retarded if you're still, basically adhering to the Gathas in an unaltered form after almost 3,000 years. He would want you to understand the spirit of what he was saying and to build in accordance with the greater vision that he had. He would not want someone to, be stuck in some religion within the parameters of what he struggled to understand, 2,600, 2,700 years ago. Okay.
I have been meaning to ask you, when we're talking about the not the Sasanian but the Achaemenid Empire, that's when Alexander the Great, when he took over, he was getting people to prostrate before him in the fashion that he saw was being done, at least from what I read. And the people who were around him, who considered him to be like the first among equals, they didn't like that very much. Where did that king-like prostration come from? Because Babylon. We're not talking... Yeah, where?
Babylon.
Okay. So Babylon influenced Iran during that time.
Sure. Multiple cultures influenced Iran. Herodotus says something very interesting about the Persians in his history. That almost half of Herodotus's histories is about Iran. Whether he's writing about the Persians or he's writing about the Scythians, there's also a lot about the Scythians and the Amazons, the Sarmatians, in Herodotus. So that, basically if you do a tally, half of that book is about Iran. It's one of the greatest sources on the history of ancient Iran, not just Greece. And in Herodotus, he says that, the Persians are uniquely open to adopting things from other cultures when they think it's the best, or it's, more, exquisite or fashionable or whatever. It's, more competent or whatever than some cultural institution of their own. So they were open to lots of influences in lots of ways, which is what actually established the cosmopolitan character of Iran from its foundation. Another reason why these global social planners that we've been talking about are terrified of Iran, because Iran is an intrinsically cosmopolitan country. And this is something that a lot of these fossilized Iranian nationalists don't understand, and a lot of these regressive neo-Zoroastrian people don't understand. They misunderstand the cosmopolitanism and humanism of their own culture, going back to, the days of Cyrus and Darius. they were impacted not just by Babylon, but also adopted many Lydian customs and some Egyptian customs, and they were open to all kinds of influences and created a fascinating hybrid of them around an Aryan core.
And now we'll see what happens if in 30 years we'll have an exodus of refugees from the coasts who will go into Iran, and those will be, the different quality of refugees, you could say, compared to, the refugees that are going into Europe right now. So we'll see what potential that will have for the future.
I tell you honestly, Lev, I can see a day when there will be Western white people, both from America and from Europe, who take refuge in Iran and choose to become Iranian citizens in large numbers. Large numbers. I see that coming.
The next super chat over here from El Shasur, $10. Though I personally reject hero worship, if your goal is to mobilize the masses, could manufacturing a great man be a necessary noble lie? A god emperor with psychic abilities, think Akira or Dune.
No, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in developing a system that uncompromisingly safeguards the cultivation of the human individual and that maximizes personal freedom and freedom for the sake of creativity, not, some fucking guru king. That's exactly what I'm fighting against, because this system that they want to create, it's a neo-feudal, regressive, perennialist world order, is going to have these kinds of people. We had this before the Atlantean revolt. This is how Earth was governed. It was governed by guru kings, and they were authorized by the Deva hierarchy or angelic hierarchy or whatever you want to call it. And they want to go back to that kind of a system where then singularity level technologies are extremely sequestered. It's not like they don't exist, but you need the authorization from the god emperor to get access to some of them. You read the Hindu epics, it talks about how the devas gave special access to some of the guru kings to use vimanas and other technologies of the devas, but very limited and selective access, not something that's going to enlighten or empower people.
Then we have over here from Homework Sucks. I like that name. And I agree, by the way. I've always liked doing things independently apart from the dumb homework that was given in schools. But anyway, Mr. Jorjani, is it true that James Porazo worked for the Israeli firm Black Cube? His friend Jean Boutelaire worked for Jellyfish, formerly Blackwater, so it's plausible.
First of all, I don't know who James worked for. James, I remember him as somebody who was very enthusiastic about my work. He was a good supporter of my work, and that's really all I know about him. He reached out to me a few times personally, very limited communication. I have no idea who he worked for. And I'm also not aware of any connection between him and Jonathan Bolter, who was an MI6 operative who, set up Jellyfish, the salvaged intelligence director to Blackwater.
Interesting. So over here we have from, from Tor Mikhail Shanke, 100 NOK. It was a great fun to watch from a Nordic anarchist. There we go. And over here we have Annie Lilith Esparza. What can we Promethean Americans do to help the people of Iran now? Love your work, Dr. Jorjani.
Thank you. I would say that's a very good question, That's a very good question, because I hate to tell you, and I hate to be saying this the day before July 4th, but really, I have no hope left in the American government, so-called American government. I can see now after Trump has done something worse than what Obama did to Iran, I can see that the system is completely compromised. And that the one person who America produced as its 11th hour savior, of its 1 minute to midnight, savior, hoping for, America to somehow be made great again by this charlatan, unprincipled gambler, who is utterly lacking in any cultural sophistication whatsoever. I can see that there's no hope for this United States government. The Iranian people will eventually also realize that. They will eventually also realize that.
And what about the Israelis?
Now, but hold on. I want to answer this.
Sure.
This young woman's question, who, is very sincere. Honestly, I would say that as an American, I'm not going to tell you to go help support the Mufti organization of bureaucrats around Reza Pahlavi. Believe me, they have enough money. They're coming from out of BlackRock and shit. And they'll be all right. So I wouldn't say, give money to the cause of, whatever, Iranian regime change or something. And also Israel has been perfectly capable in terms of funding the operations that it needs to facilitate regime change. What I would say an American can do, a Promethean American can do to help Iran, is to familiarize herself or himself with the Iranian cultural heritage and with Iranian philosophical and spiritual ideas, so that when this regime finally does change and we have a new order in Iran, you can come and contribute to the development of the country. So another thing I would say is, learning Persian would be a good thing. And by the way, please, folks, don't call it Farsi in English. Languages have established endonyms, what the people who speak that language call the language, and exonyms, the name of the language in foreign languages. So, for example, no foreigner says Espanol. Spanish people say Espanol in reference to their language. We call it Spanish in the English language. Germans call their language Deutsch. We call it German, okay? So German is the exonym. Persian is the established exonym of the Persian language in the English language and in similar foreign languages like Persan in French, okay? This is not a minutia. This is very important. The people who use Farsi when they speak English to refer to the Persian language, they're being co-opted into a ethnic separatist secessionist agenda that has to do with trying to frame. It's complicated. It's not important to get into unless somebody asks a question about it specifically, but you're being co-opted by a separatist agenda when you do that. Don't do it. Persian language. Anyway, so one of the good things to do is to learn the Persian language. Although I have to tell you, I think it's incredibly likely that as an American who becomes familiar with Iran's heritage and, probably falls in love with various Iranian ideas and, epochs in Iranian history, I'm sure that you'd be widely received by a very competently English-speaking population in Iran in the next, 10 to 20 years. Iranians already, even though the Islamic Republic stopped teaching English and replaced it with Arabic, under the Shah, obviously English was taught as a second language in schools, also French. These fuckers replaced it with Arabic. Despite that, a large number of Iranians, especially the youth, speak English quite well because they're saturated in American popular culture. And so it's not going to be necessary, but it would be nice. Learn the Persian language. It's a beautiful language. It's one of the great languages of the world. And it goes back, 3,000 years. So
we have 4 more super chats over here. I think that should be the cutoff, everybody. Thank you very much for the super chats. So here we go. Evan, would Jason have a conversation with Richard Spencer about Apollonism and Prometheism? Richard says he's open to having Jason on his Alexandria podcast. Maybe you could host a conversation on the BTR.
I don't foresee that happening. I really don't. I mean, if Richard wants to talk to me, he has my number, So I don't see why this question should be posed through a super chat. Richard can always call me. I'm not saying I pick up the phone.
You think this is like
He can
secret
call.
Richard?
Yeah.
Could be. Okay, over here we have Emmanuel, 100 sec. Jason, were you born in Iran or US? I also have an Iranian father and Swedish mother, but look 100% Swedish. I have been to Iran 9 times and pretty much no one knows who the Indo-Europeans were, so yeah.
I don't know what he means when he says no one knows who the Indo-Europeans were. Any Iranian knows who the Aryans are. Indo-European, and namely them. So, Indo-European is a cockamamie term that was invented by European scholars and only started to be widely used when Aryan became politically incorrect after World War II. Yes, in the 1800s, there were people using the term Indo-European, especially in the field of linguistics, but they also used the term Aryan, and they were used more or less interchangeably. Indo-European only became popular after the term Aryan was scandalized as a result of the Third Reich, right? So in Iran, what people in the West call Indo-Europeans, they call them Aryans. The original Aryans is what, and every Iranian knows who they are because Iran is the only country, other than Ireland, that kept the name Land of the Aryans. Ireland also, Erin, means the same thing as Iran. It means Land of the Aryans. And so, yeah, I don't know what. But was I born in the U.S.? Yeah, obviously. I mean, I'm a native New Yorker. I spent my life mostly in almost entirely in New York City. Although I spent a large part of the last 6 years in California, in Terrangeles. And so yes, I'm a native New Yorker. I mean, as far as looking Swedish, there are a lot of white phenotypic people still in Iran, particularly in rural areas where areas that were not penetrated by the various waves of conquerors, the Arabs, the Turks, the Mongols, areas that were not genocided by various waves of conquerors. The Turks and the Mongols together genocided about half of Iran's population. I mean, they literally created towers from out of severed human heads. And it's worth noting that sadly, it was all the best Iranians who they killed, right? So if you imagine, conquerors are coming to impose this retarded religion on you. But by the time the Turks came in, the Iranians had rejected Islam already. They had a secular Renaissance culture going on, and with fantastic scientific and technical developments, and also beautiful romantic poetry and epic poetry. And these Turks and Mongols tried to reimpose the most regressive form of Islam on them. Well, who's going to actively resist that? The smartest people, all the smartest people, and all the most courageous people. So we suffered a genocide in Iran where, I'm sorry to tell you, the best genes were lost. And it's not a coincidence that Iran went into a decline after 1300. And despite the valiant efforts of Shah Ismail Safavid and his successors, they really were not able to definitively reverse the trajectory of decline and return Iran back to what it was under the Achaemenids or the Parthians or the Sassanids or the Buyids and Samanids during that Iranian Renaissance of 900 to 1100, okay? So a lot of the best genes were lost in Iran. I realize it's incredibly politically incorrect to say this, and I've taken endless shit for it, all right? So that Iran, among other things, needs a eugenics program. 100% Iran needs a eugenics program. So another problem with, these nufti bureaucrats and Crown Prince Pahlavi, who is absolutely necessary as a figurehead of transition, but another problem with him in the longer run is that his liberal democratic proclivities are at odds with some really harsh, necessary things without which Iran is not going to experience a resurgence. And one of them is definitely a eugenics program that incorporates the most advanced state-of-the-art biotechnologies. So we're not talking about, like recreating the kind of eugenics programs that existed in America in the,
California.
early 1900s that Hitler modeled his programs on, and the various European countries copied America on. No.
More like gene editing, we're talking.
CRISPR, man, CRISPR. You subsidize. And this is another problem with some of their economic ideas about what kind of government we need in Iran now. We need a kind of government in Iran that either directly subsidizes the use of CRISPR by the majority of the population, or we need a kind of government that and a legal framework that allows private biotech corporations to offer those services and competitively and affordably to the Iranian population. And at that point, I guarantee you that people will opt in for it themselves. Iranians are very much, they're a competition-driven people who always want to excel and aim for excellence, and they in various ways, at least in certain ways, at least, and they're very similar to the Jews in that respect. And so you'll see them adopt it voluntarily. There's not going to need to be any kind of like coercive, state-enforced eugenics. But Iran needs some kind of a eugenics program, for sure.
By the way, before we get to the final two here, Jason, since you mentioned you being a New Yorker and me also being a New Yorker, I wanted to get your thoughts on Zohran Mamdani and what exactly you think is going on here in Gotham.
Look, it appears that he's an Islamic communist. More specifically, he is, if I'm not mistaken, a 12er Shia. And 12er Shias in bed with communism is exactly what we saw at the formation of the Islamic Republic, which is the kind of people that created the Islamic Republic.
But the weird thing is that his mom is a famous producer of movies, and his dad's this Marxist academic.
Yeah.
And when it comes to his persona, it seems to be one which is more of like this theater kid who likes, making rap albums, and it doesn't go into the mold of like this very traditionalist 12
I've seen videos of him. Well, okay, first, number one, there's such a thing as taqiyya, which we talked about. Dissimulation and strategic deception is one of the core doctrines of Shiite Islam. So that's one thing. I've seen videos of him giving speeches to rooms full of very traditionalist Muslims, garbed in traditional Muslim clothing with the skull caps and long beards. And I mean, they look like they could be in Afghanistan. And I've seen him talking to these people and promising that Islam is going to be in City Hall. Okay, there are such videos. Well, I don't find that reassuring. Okay. Also, his specific economic policies are a disaster, and they're explicitly racist against white people. So, and then his position on Israel and the Jews is just horrendous. Our dear friends in Mossad, really, if I were you, I would do something, okay? We cannot afford to lose New York, I'm just saying.
Well, whatever is safe on the YouTube algorithm, doing something. So, helping out Mayor Adams.
I know they're very busy with Iran, and I would like the Mossad to focus on Iran right now. But New York let's not lose New York entirely either, right? I mean, he's one guy. Please.
I mean, this does bring, and I don't want to be here without going to the final super chats, but very important. It goes without saying that this problem of capture by so-called moderate Muslims has been going on in the U.S. government for a very long time. This guy, Stephen Colin, he wrote a book about this called Catastrophic Failure, where he wrote about how he was fired from the Pentagon for having these documents that showed the connection between Islam and terrorism. And he was talking about how people who were in positions of power at the time included Mohammed Eli Bieri, who was the senior advisor to the Department of Homeland Security, and he condemned the designation of CARE and MAS as terrorist organizations. and assured his Twitter followers, based on his inside knowledge, that the U.S. counterterrorism community would ignore the UAE action. So this is from Catastrophic Failure. Another person is Farhana Kara, president and executive director of Muslim Advocates, who drafted the October 2011 letter demanding a purge of any United States training manuals that mentioned Islamic terrorism. And Colin claims that she helped orchestrate a soft coup in national security policy, forcing the White House to ban factual threat analysis.
Sure. I have no doubt that all of that took place and is part of a coordinated agenda.
But then that begs the question, what's all this Trump talking about deporting Mamdani, where how many of the people who are within his own administration are never going to allow that to happen?
Donald Trump went to Michigan and campaigned to get the votes of the most fundamentalist Muslims in this country. Okay? Donald Trump has no principles. Don't look for consistency from him. I mean, even on a day-to-day basis with his tweets, forget about it. The guy has no principles. He has no coherent plan. He has no long-term vision whatsoever. Just forget about it. Yeah. He will take money from anybody if he thinks it's going to aggrandize him in some way. And like I said earlier, such a person is very manipulable.
But as far as the people who are around him, there has been a lot of talk from the Republicans who I know, who are like the big MAGA people in New York, that they want Mamdani to be out, deporting and all that stuff. You're saying that they're not going to be successful. They don't have the power.
I would wonder what Donald Trump's donors from the Muslim community would do if he became serious about deporting Mamdani. I also would wonder how he would deal with the backlash on the streets, because unfortunately, this fucker has a lot of support from deluded pro-Palestine youth, especially on university campuses and in certain segments of society in greater Gotham, both New York and New Jersey. And there would be a significant backlash if he tried to do something like that. I mean, is he prepared to deploy riot police and the National Guard in New York City? Maybe. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know about that.
All right, well, if the young Republicans are watching this right now, guys, you've heard it here, what the situation is. So it's up to you guys to decide how you want to handle all this. And same goes for the U.S. Department of Justice and all of you guys out there, okay? You understand the situation, so let's see, like, if you are actually committed to...
Look, Lev, I would say, look, I would say he poses an imminent threat to the national security of the United States for such a man to become mayor of the city of New York, except that so many things have posed imminent threats to the national security of the United States that have come from out of the security apparatus of the United States. So we have no fucking government left in this country dedicated to protecting the American people and the Constitution. It doesn't exist anymore. It hasn't existed for a long time. And those of us who believed for some time that maybe Donald Trump was going to rectify that situation, we were completely deluded and misled from out of, a love for what this country once stood for and a wish to see it somehow reclaimed. But, so this is the problem why I can't sit here and in a good conscience with a straight face say, Zohran Mamdani represents a threat to the national security of the United States. Man, you're under a government that incinerated 3,000 people in the Twin Towers. You want them to protect America from Zohran Mamdani?
Yeah, at least for now in New York City, where you're going to be as well. It would be nice not to have this shadow over our heads. But no, I understand what you're talking about. And for all of the Republicans, again, life is not just about, there has to be a certain amount of conviction in these things, not just, the whole zingers on Twitter, owning the libs, all of that. Because I feel like so many people who are within the MAGA faction, I think they're really enjoying having all of these dunking on the libs moments online, but there has to actually be some work in order to make this whole thing worth it. But anyway,
I'll give the Republicans in New York one piece of solid advice. tactical advice. Organize the opposition to opposition. Let me rephrase that. Organize the operation to prevent Mamdani from becoming mayor of the city from out of Staten Island. Go think about that a little bit.
There we go. Final two super chats over here. And again, I apologize for everybody else. We had to cut it short right now. This has been an incredibly engrossing show, but we'll continue doing it afterwards as well for the next one. So here we go. Rat the Chicken, $10. For those who have experienced minor psi ability, minor weather control, prophetic dreams, etc., how could one learn more about them, possibly become useful in the coming age? Seems to run in families.
So yeah, it's like musical ability. It does run in families in the sense that there is a genetic component, but that doesn't mean that someone who is not genetically gifted with the capacity to become a virtuoso can't also learn to play the piano or the violin. And there are techniques for training psi ability that are widely available and go back decades. Charles Tart, who I knew briefly toward the end of his life, is an American parapsychologist who developed an ESP training machine back in the 70s. And there are people like Dean Radin who've built apps that improve upon that, where the ESP training machine is like on your iPhone. And so there are those kinds of things. And then there are remote viewing protocols that are being offered by the whole host of people who used to be part of American military and intelligence programs and who've become retired. People like Joe McMoneagle, Lynn Buchanan has a whole school that teaches remote viewing. Stay away from Courtney Brown and his people. But a lot of the remote viewers are very competent, serious people who offer training in that. And there is this book, which is very hard to come by, a physical copy of it, but you can get it, from various sites in PDF form. It's called Mind Machines by this guy, Harry Stein. And it's a very interesting approach to training psychokinesis. And it replicates a lot of, or let's say it dovetails with and is parallel to a lot of Soviet work on that was done in Czechoslovakia in the 1960s and 70s, where they called it psychotronics. So these kinds of things, they're out there. And I think that, as I suggested earlier, they're going to become a lot more mainstream the closer we get to the technological singularity and the more AI basically escapes from out of the control of its handlers. Lev, I can't hear you.
Sorry, last super chat of the day. We have Adrian Cody, $9.99. What are the military political tactics we can look for to determine whether Israel and the U.S. are actually trying to accomplish successful regime change in Iran or simply Balkanize it like Syria? Okay. I mean, we talked about the U.S., but yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the U.S. is not trying to accomplish regime change in Iran. It's very clear. The American policy is to keep the Islamic Republic against the wishes of the Iranian people. That is the American policy. They did it under Obama, and they're doing it now under Trump with the derailment of an attempted abortion of Operation Rising Lion. The United States created the Islamic Republic of Iran. It requires only a little bit of intelligence to see beyond death to America and the hostage. The hostage taking, this is a great example. I didn't get into it earlier. The entire hostage crisis was manufactured by the CIA. The people who stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979 were guerrillas who were funded and organized by the CIA, mainly from the Mujahideen Khalq, that group that I talked about earlier, the MEK, with that disgusting woman who goes around in her headscarf claiming to be a democracy advocate, who bought off Giuliani and Newt Gingrich. And so the people who stormed that embassy were guerrillas organized by the CIA. What's more important is that Ayatollah Khomeini, even motherfucking Ayatollah Khomeini, wanted to release the hostages. And George H.W. Bush, who at that time was running as vice president on Reagan's ticket, right? Former CIA director George H.W. Bush, who then it later turned out his family was really close to the Saudi royal family, and whose father, Prescott Bush, was a financier for the Nazis. George H.W. Bush sent a message to Khomeini and the mullahs in Iran saying, do not release the hostages. Hold them. We're going to give you a good deal when we come and replace Carter. So do you know how much damage the hostage crisis did to the image of Iranians in the world? Not just Iran as a country, Iranians in the world. Imagine you're an Iranian, you're fleeing Iran in 1979. You want to come live in Los Angeles or Dallas or New York and whatever, and have a decent life. And you know, people generally at that time were pro-Iranian in America because the Shah's Iran was a close ally of the United States. And they kind of like would get it that you're fleeing from the, you know, tyrannical regime that's replaced the Shah. But then these hostages are taken and every Iranian is demonized in the United States and around the world. This theater was manufactured by the CIA to further cement the Islamic Republic and to ensure that Carter would lose the election and that Bush's people would be able to come in together with Reagan. Reagan, by the way, didn't want Bush. He didn't trust him. Bush was one of those candidates that was forced on Reagan and by the security apparatus. Anyway, point being, I got sort of diverted on this time, but it's an important point that the United States has always created this regime, including through manufacturing the hostage crisis, and it has used the Iran-Iraq war and all kinds of things to sustain this regime, and especially under Obama and now under Trump. So U.S. isn't looking for regime change in Iran. Regime change in Iran will happen despite the United States. It will happen despite the United States, with the help of Israel. And Israel is not looking for the Balkanization of Iran. By the way, I was very concerned with this myself. And it's the main reason why I engaged with at least 4 different operatives of the Mossad, including very high-level people who were very close to Benjamin Netanyahu, and who told me that if I ever revealed their names, that, you know, these gentlemen repeatedly threatened my life. Anyway, they were good guys. But the main reason why I engaged with them is that I was concerned at that time in 2017 into 2018, I was concerned, even a little bit into 2019, I was concerned about the Balkanization scenario, and that Israel, that Mossad, and Israeli military intelligence might use the Kurds and other minorities, maybe Azeris. Israel has close relations with the Republic of Azerbaijan. Maybe they're going to destabilize Azerbaijan. Maybe, you know, try to have Tabriz secede. Maybe they're going to use the Kurds and try to carve a Kurdistan out, including Iranian territory. Anyway, I expressed these concerns to the Israelis. And they explained to me how they saw the situation, and they definitely were not. They were. One of the things what they told me about the Kurds, these Kurdish secessionists who think that like Israel likes them and Israel is like, you know, who's going to support their independence. This Israeli said to me, "Oh, what Kurdistan? Why we want Kurdistan? The Persians are a great civilized people. We have 2,500 years relationship. Kurds, we use them. We will use them, and you too, you should use them, then shoot them."
Oh, God, no.
Use them, and then you shoot. This is what
in Minecraft.
So they don't give a Israel is not interested in it. Israel needs a strong, cohesive, unified Iran as its future ally. They know that. They don't want a balkanized Iran. Who are their friends that they have left in the world? You think Israel wants a weak Iran? No, Israel wants a strong, unified, pro-Israel Iran as its ally strategically in the region. Okay? So Israel is not going to try to balkanize Iran. And you can see from all the steps that the Israelis have taken from the time that Reza Pahlavi went to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and met with Netanyahu and was, toured around by Gila Gamliel. All the steps they've taken have been favoring a unified, cohesive national revolution and regime change in Iran. And one of Reza Pahlavi's, I have to say, key principles that he emphasizes is the territorial integrity of Iran. Everyone's on the same page with that, and the Israelis are backing that agenda. So, and then also, this guy says, like Syria, what Americans have to get through their thick skulls once and for all is that Iran is a country. These are not countries around Iran. Syria is fake. It's not a country. Iraq is fake. It's not a country. Pakistan is fake. Pakistan is a part of India that historically was governed by many Persian and other like Scythian Iranian groups. It's Persianized, Scythianized North India. It's not a country. It's a bullshit fake state. Same thing, Afghanistan. Afghanistan was Eastern Iran until the British came in there and, basically tried to use it as a buffer state to consolidate their colonial control over India. So all the countries around Iran are fake countries. The only real country, the only other real country in the region besides Iran is Israel that has a 3,000 years history. Okay, and has a documented history with Iranians going back 2,500 years. Israel is a country that went through a rebirth. It's Iran, one of the reasons we understand the Jews so well and we support Israel is because our country also died for hundreds of years. There was no Iran on the world map from 651 AD until 1400. For about, 700 years or so. We had, during this Iranian Renaissance, we had a fiefdom run by the Buyids and a fiefdom run by the Samanids, where culture flourished the way it flourished in Renaissance Italy, where, by the way, during the Italian Renaissance, there was no nation of Italy. There was the fiefdom controlled by the Medicis, there was Florence, there was Venice, they were independent sort of city-state realms. It was the same kind of thing in Iran under the Samanids and the Buyids. These people sort of carved out some degree of autonomy from the Arab Muslim Caliphate, okay? But there was no Iran on the map from 651 to 1400 when Shah Ismail came and created the Safavid Iran, okay? And called himself Shah and Shah of Iran. And foreign countries started to refer to his Iranian empire again as Persia. So our country died for 700 years. It disappeared from the map. But the people didn't disappear. Their culture didn't disappear. Their dreams didn't disappear. Their vision for the future didn't disappear. So Zionism is not something new. The idea that you're going to recreate a country that was wiped out after hundreds of years, and you're also going to push out a bunch of people who've been your occupiers and your colonizers and been tyrannizing over you, and you're going to reclaim the destiny of your own people. That's not a new idea. That was Iran. We did that in Iran. And it's a historical marvel that such a thing was able to take place. So is it legitimate? Is the state of Israel legitimate? Or is Iran since 1400 legitimate? Iran under the Safavids, Iran under the Qajars, Iran under the Pahlavis. Yeah, we brought our country back like the Jews did in Israel.
Now, unfortunately, the theater kids are only going to express concern for the noble savage, as Rousseau called it, where they would see any kind of competence and any kind of leaning towards, I'd say, not just Western ideals in the sense that we're talking about Iran, but what's referred to as Western ideals, the individuation, which is why my last question, no more super chats, but my last question, I would be remiss also if I did not mention in terms of yearning towards the West, Ukraine, as well as the situation with somebody like Alexander Dugin, and now you have Trump getting rid of a lot of aid towards Ukraine, and that also seems like an example of a country that was ruled by, in this case, the Russians, the Muscovites, who themselves were ruled by the Mongols, mind you, and there are a lot of people there who reject, it seems, the SJW leftism, and at the same time they also reject this, hard-lined traditionalism that Russia had. So it seems like the countries that are feeling the most pressure right now would be Iran, Israel, and Ukraine. But as far as what they're up against, what exactly do you see within the Eurasianist, Duginist faction? What exactly they're up to right now?
Well, the Eurasianist, plan is basically a sub-project of that larger project for a traditionalist world order that I outlined at the beginning of our conversation. Clearly, Eurasianism is being used as a vehicle for that end goal. Dugin is not aware of it, but he's a tool of that system, and so is Putin. So, yeah, absolutely. The idea of turning Russia into a Christian Orthodox empire includes Kiev and so on and so on. It's 100% part of this global perennialist traditionalist vision.
And Muslim as well. Don't forget how many Muslims live right now in Moscow, yes. All of them praying out there in the streets.
Oh, and Putin always says, "Oh, you have to have respect for Islam. Islam is, worthy of respect," and all this shit. It's going to be part of this mutual respect of the great world religions for one another. Yeah, these horrible ideologies that have been responsible for the worst repression and inquisitions and crusades and jihads in human history, they're all going to have respect for each other as great world religions. Well, fuck all of you. I don't respect any of you, and our future Iran is not going to respect you. We're going to be a radically secular nation. We're going to be hell-bent on progress, and we will help the Ukrainian people. Definitely, I see, as I've said in the previous show we did with Vlad, I see a tripartite alliance that will form between Israel and Iran and Ukraine and Israel. And I can even envision, since we don't have a new government yet and I'm not bound by any security oaths, I can even envision that we will develop nuclear weapons together, that there's going to be a joint Israeli, Iranian, Ukrainian nuclear weapons program of the type that Israel was going to enter into with Iran back in the days when Israel was jointly developing nuclear weapons with South Africa. There was a three-way, very secret system that had been developed where Iran was going to be part of the joint South African-Israeli nuclear weapons test that took place off the coast of South Africa in 1979. And due to events which we all know, Iran didn't get to be a part of that. But I can see such a system being developed in the future. The Israelis don't have anywhere to test their nukes. They're a country the size of New Jersey. Also, Iran is one of the most uranium-rich countries in the world, and it's a vast country, 3 times the size of France. We have 2 giant deserts in Iran. So the Israelis can take uranium from Iran, and they can test nuclear weapons. Israeli nuclear weapons will go off in Iran someday. They're not going to be dropped on Iranian people. They're going to be voluntarily, deliberately detonated in the desert as part of joint nuclear weapons tests between Iran and Israel, and Ukraine can also be part of that because Ukrainians are like right underneath the Russians. It's very hard for them to breathe and to develop an independent nuclear program, but they have a lot of nuclear competence, technical competence, and expertise that comes from the Soviet Union. And that can also be a part of that system.
And maybe they also have something, if we're talking about the history of that whole region next to the Black Sea, because if we have the scenario where Atlantis was destroyed, yes, there would have been survivors that didn't have to go into the Black Sea region, but those that did, I've seen some of the megalithic structures around there with those little holes that were carved.
Oh, for sure. But listen, you don't have to go all the way back to Atlantis. Like I've also said in our program, that we've done before with Vlad, Iranians are Ukrainian. The Iranian people come from what is today Ukraine, and many Iranians stayed in Ukraine for hundreds and hundreds of years. Ukraine was the oldest Ukrainians are not the Slavs. Ukraine was an Iranian nation. It was the heartland of this, both the Scythians originally, before the Scythians migrated out in both directions, and also for many centuries, the heartland of the Sarmatians. The Amazons, the Sarmatians mainly, were coming from Ukraine. It's only later that the majority of the population of Ukraine became Slavic. So just as Iran shares this ancestral tie with the Jews, Iran also shares tremendous ethnic and historical heritage, cultural historical heritage with the Ukrainians. I mean, originally we were the same nation. So that's important and relevant.
Absolutely. And with that, guys, thank you so much for another amazing episode of BTR, Break the Rules. This is probably the longest one we've done, Jason. It's clocked at 4 hours, 8 minutes, 26 seconds. So, guys, before we go, Jason, please tell everybody about your Substack.
Thank you, Lev. Before I forget yet again. So yeah, Substack is my principal platform now. There's a link in the show description. It should be right up there at the top in the show description. I have many articles there, both some free articles and also some paid ones. And I would encourage you to become a paid subscriber if you want to support my work in general. Because yes, Substack has become my principal platform for writing.
I posted it in the chat as well, so everybody go into the Substack right now. Be sure to subscribe. And also, we talked about Israel, Ukraine in regards to Iran. We mentioned South Africa a little bit right now. I do have certain hopes for South Africa as far as AfriForum. I mean, you never know what's going to happen in that regard. But once again, if you guys want to support the show, BiltongUSA.com. Biltong is a South African jerky, so please support my good friend Anton over there. Not in Roanoke, Texas anymore. I believe that he moved to a different location. But either way, if you go to BiltongUSA.com, put in the code word BTR at checkout, you are going to get really delicious Biltong and as well as this coffee, apparently, which I just got, Tribal Coffee. So look for it there. Really delicious coffee. I love it. So guys, thank you so much. And patreon.com/break the rules. Once again, become a patron today. You're going to get MP3s of the episodes after they come out, so including this one. And you're going to get exclusive episodes. And when you're a patron, if you're a $20 patron, you are going to get a chance to go to New York City as an audience member. I mean, I'm not going to fly you out, but if you're in New York City, you're going to have the opportunity to be in the actual studio and be there as an audience member and ask questions. And if you can't get to New York City, you're still, as a patron, having access to doing the Q&A in these episodes that we shoot before they're released to the general public. So that's going to be like a live stream for the patrons, unedited. So once again, here is the link to Patreon, patreon.com/breaktherules. It is in the chat. And one more thing here. If you guys are a part of Discord, BTR does have its own Discord server, and here is the link as well to the Discord right in the chat. Be sure to support the work of Jason Reza Jorjani, Dr. Jason Reza Jorjani, one of the most brilliant minds of all time. It is an incredibly great pleasure to have you here once again, and I really look forward to meeting up when you're going to be back in New York.
The pleasure's always mine, Lev, and I really look forward to seeing you again.
Same here, Jason. All right, guys, take care. Make sure to smash that like button, smash the subscribe button, click the bell. The bell is very important for the algorithm, and share this to everybody you know. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.